Chapter 2156. How could this be? Qin couldn't help but frown when he heard the news. If it were the second generation of an aristocratic family, they might really destroy everything for their own selfish desires. However, those second generations didn't have much potential. The only joy in life was enjoyment. For example, the second generation of the Wang family in the Holy Land was deeply loved by the ancestor, but he didn't achieve much. However, the people he chose were all small forces. He would offend and even destroy those who couldn't pose a threat to his family. As for the big families, he would never fight against them. This was because the Wang family knew very well that if they offended those big families, the losses would outweigh the gains. However, Gung Yuanshan was different. He was a spirit devourer and had great potential in the future. He would never mobilize so many people for a woman. In Qin's opinion, this matter was a little strange. Qin stayed here for 2 days. During this time, he used his identity as a spirit devourer to exchange for some Saint Power crystal chips. Since those people were willing to follow him and fight with him, Qin had to be responsible for them. The simplest and most important thing was to improve their combat power. Soon, the news of the spirit devourer's appearance in this area spread. Then, representatives of other forces came to visit Qin. A spirit devourer was a real big shot. Qin politely declined each and every one of them. His attitude was surprisingly good. Qin, who had come from the Rakshasa Star region, knew very well that sometimes it was better to have a good relationship with these small forces than it was with the big forces. Then, under Brilliant's guidance, they went to the place where the Yaoji clan was. He decided to see for himself if there was something strange. On the way to the Yaoji clan, the three of them saw many cultivators who came to watch the show. They looked very excited. Why did the Nick clan come? Did they also follow Gung Yuanshan because of his potential? Xingchen was puzzled. A mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers, Qin said coldly. I believe they can't wait for Gung Yuanshan to die. Why would they support him? Unless these 2 families have a close relationship. And this kind of relationship is like a family. Guangyao, do you know the relationship between these 2 families? Brilliant thought for a bit and shook his head. I don't know. I haven't been out for a long time, but I heard that they weren't on good terms. When I escaped from the Gung clan, I happened to run into a conflict between cultivators from 2 clans. If that's the case, could it be that you've discovered a great treasure in your glorious clan? When Brilliant heard this, he let out a rare laugh. How could there be so many treasures? We've lived there for so long. If there were any treasures, how could we not know? For the past few days, Yao had been worried, sick at heart, and rarely laughed. Unable to guess the other party's true intentions, Qin followed them to the glorious clan. The coordinates of this place had been made public, causing many cultivators to rush over. The place where the glorious race lived was more like a planet than a planetary system. Due to the curse, they could only live on that planet. None of their disciples were allowed to leave. All these years, you haven't been able to go out. How have you been living? Xingchen asked the same question as Qin. Back then, that lord left us a lot of resources, and we relied on those resources to survive. Apart from that, there were also some foreign caravans that kept trading with us. We sold them our unique Ilum crystals, and they gave us some resources in return. Seeing the confusion on the 2's faces, Brilliant continued. Those people had received help from Master Wuji, so they kept trading with us at fair prices. What are Ilum crystals? Qin asked. A unique crystal that can only be mined from our planet. After infusing it with glorious power, it can increase the success rate of refining. It said that it also has a certain effect on sacred weapons. Hearing this, Qin was moved. A crystal that can increase the success rate of refining sacred weapons. Does that count as a great treasure? I don't think so. The production of those crystals isn't high. Back then, Gung Yuanshan went to take a look, but he was very surprised and didn't show any greed. The 3 of them didn't encounter any obstructions, and soon entered the planet Brilliant spoke of. As soon as they entered, Zichen sensed a blazing aura coming at him. The aura was somewhat similar to extreme yang energy, but its quality was different. It should be because the glorious race had lived here for a long time. Apart from that, Zichen's heart also suddenly thumped when he arrived, making him feel somewhat nervous. This made Zichen raise his eyebrows slightly, and he had a bad feeling. "Look, it's Ganglan." At that moment, Xing Chen's voice rang out in Zichen's spiritual sea. Looking in the direction of the voice, Zichen saw Ganglan again. The last time they met, Zichen was deeply impressed by her 3 elemental annihilation, which seriously injured Luo Fei, who was defending with all his might. Her battle strength could be said to be terrifying. Having seen that battle, Zichen faintly guessed that if she had used her full strength, perhaps Luo Fei wouldn't have been seriously injured. Under the 3 elemental annihilation, he might have died directly. Zichen didn't know that Ganglan had appeared and wanted to take him and Brilliant away, as well as snatch Xing Chen's body. However, it was an indisputable fact that she had taken away the spoils that should have belonged to him. Looking at Ganglan, who was still wearing her blue clothes and standing in the sky, Zichen thought to himself, "Shameless." A dignified saint actually snatched resources from a heavenly realm expert. This behavior was indeed shameless. At that moment, Zichen saw a young man standing next to Ganglan. The young man was quite handsome, and his expression was very arrogant. He deliberately released the aura of a spirit devourer, which attracted many admiring and awe-inspiring gazes. "He's Gang Yuan-chan." Brilliant's voice sounded. In fact, Zichen could sense that the spirit devourer who could stand next to Ganglan and deliberately release his aura was the one who forced Brilliant to marry him. When his gaze fell on the other party, Zichen's aura changed slightly. Gang Yuan-chan in front seemed to have sensed it, and his gaze fell on Zichen. After a slight pause, an imperceptible doubt flashed in his eyes, and his gaze swept over again with an arrogant expression. As for Xing Chen and Brilliant, who had changed their appearances, they were completely ignored. "What's wrong?" In front, Ganglan noticed Gang Yuan-chan's abnormality. "Nothing." Gang Yuan-chan shook his head and said, "Just now he felt like he was seen through by someone, but when he turned around, this feeling disappeared. He couldn't help but suspect that it was an illusion." At this moment, Zichen gave a real evaluation of Gang Yuan-chan from afar. This person, if he doesn't have the opportunity, he will never be able to become a harmonious spirit master. The chapter is incomplete. Please fly to SU Chinese Read the complete chapter 65737A2E6F%6D/black black 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 black. Chapter 2157. The moment the teleport formation lit up, it alerted the higher-ups of the Glory clan. They came here as fast as they could. There was only one person in the Glory clan who could activate this teleport formation. Light flashed, and 3 illusory figures appeared in the teleport formation. As the blazing glory energy surged, the 3 figures gradually became real. They were Zichen and the other 2. "Greetings, Holy Lady." Looking at Brilliant in the middle, they bowed to greet her. Glancing at the faces of the elders, Brilliant nodded. Her expression had returned to its usual cold and stern look. These were the higher-ups of the Glory clan. 8 of them were false saints, while the rest were Heaven Realm experts. Seeing Holy Lady return, they were surprised and worried. "How is it?" asked Brilliant. "They are guarding the outside, threatening to give us 3 months. If we don't hand over the heavenly girl, they will destroy our clan." A beautiful woman said. She was the elder with the greatest authority in the glorious clan and also a false saint. Walking out of the teleport formation, Zichen and Xing-chen observed their surroundings in silence. This place was a unique space that was completely isolated. Thus, they didn't need to worry that the Gung family outside would notice this teleport formation. There were 15 of them. 8 of them were false saints and 7 were Heaven Realm experts. Their overall strength wasn't very strong. As for individual fighting capacity, Zichen didn't know because he hadn't fought them before. However, as members of the 4 great royal clans, he believed that their individual fighting capacity wasn't weak. These 2 are. Someone noticed Zichen and Xingchen and asked suspiciously, "Let me introduce them to you. These 2 are friends I met outside. He is Zichen from the Thunder clan. He is Xingchen from the Star clan." The Thunder clan and the Star clan were both 4 great royal clans. Hearing Brilliant's introduction, these people were shocked and surprised. Of course, they were more curious. They hadn't met anyone from the Life Star for a long time, let alone someone from the royal clans. Brilliant continued. "The 2 of them were specially invited by me to help us resolve this crisis. They're only in the Heaven Realm. Can they really help us?" A questioning voice sounded. It was a high-ranking elder who was much younger than the elders present. At this moment, he was looking at the 2 of them, his eyes full of scrutiny. Zichen's gaze fell on the other party, and he frowned slightly. "Yang Yao, do not be rude." The other party's tone made Brilliant's expression turn cold. "He's the disciple of that person. This time he's here to try and see if he can fill the yin-yang seal with energy. That person's disciple." When the higher-ups heard this, they were shocked. When they looked at Zichen again, there was a bit more respect in their eyes. Of course, this respect was not for Zichen, but for Wuji, who had protected their race. Zi-Chun greets seniors. Zichen cupped his hands and bowed to the group of elders. "Are you really that person's disciple? You can't be lying, right?" Yang Yao looked at Zichen skeptically. "Yang Yao." Brilliant's face was filled with anger again. Zichen waved his hand and smiled. "If you have doubts, you can come forward and try." As he spoke, Zichen stretched out one hand. "What? You want to fight me with one hand? Even if you're that person's disciple, you shouldn't look down on a member of the imperial family." Yang Yao snorted, his expression ugly. "It's not one hand, it's one finger. One finger. If you're not injured, it'll be my loss." Zichen smiled and retracted his 4 fingers. He pointed at Yang Yao with his middle finger. Blazing and violent energy surged around his body. "You're courting death." Yang Yao's eyes flashed coldly after being looked down on. "Enough, Yang Yao. Don't be rude to our benefactor's disciple. Back off." The beautiful woman from before shouted at Yang Yao. Yang Yao snorted. His expression was somewhat unwilling, but he did not make a move in the end. "I'll have to trouble you 2 little friends this time. Please follow me." The beautiful woman turned back and said politely to Zichen and Xingchen. The 2 of them nodded politely and followed him. The group of elders followed, closely behind. Their expressions were filled with anticipation because they had sensed the same aura as limitless. Under the guidance of the woman, Zichen and Xingchen arrived at the yin-yang seal. They immediately felt the 2 extreme powers within. This is the core of the yin-yang seal. Once activated, it can protect the entire glorious clan. All these years, we've been able to survive because of the seal here. Brilliant pointed at the yin-yang seal in front of them. The yin-yang seal was made up of 2 formations. This formation was very complicated. It was inscribed with many formation patterns that were closely linked together. At the core of the formation, there were two floating balls of light. These two balls of light contain the energy of yin and yang. This was the first time Zichen felt the presence of Wuji's energy. In the past, he only felt the inheritance and not the aura of energy. He released his spiritual senses and directed them towards the ball of light that contained yang energy. This energy was hot and violent. Although it was not lightning, its violent feeling was even more intense than the power of lightning. As his spiritual thoughts approached, the energy of yang seemed to have sensed it. The light became brighter and a powerful aura exploded. Under this aura, everyone's expression changed and they subconsciously retreated. Only Zichen stood in place. His spiritual thoughts had already entered the yang energy, and he was calmly feeling the yang energy that belonged to Wuji. This energy seemed similar to Zichen's energy, but there was a big difference. The most important point was the will. Within the yang energy, there was a kind of will. It was this will that gave the yang energy its violent characteristics. It was even more violent than the lightning in Zichen's body. Yang, hot to the extreme, violent to the extreme, filled with a dangerous aura. Through this energy, Zichen seemed to be able to see that Wuji, who manifested this body, was terrifying, violent, and crazy. Everyone retreated and looked nervously at Zichen. Zichen stood there without moving. After a while, a golden light suddenly flashed around his body. This golden light was also filled with heat and violence. It could be confirmed that he also had yang energy. But whether it was heat or violence, it was too different from Wuji's yang energy. This difference was like the difference between a child and a strong man. There was a fundamental difference. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. The difference between these two energies is too big. Will it succeed? Yang muttered. Everyone else had the same concern. Their faces were full of worry. Brilliant was also worried. Originally, she felt that Zichen and Wuji's energies were the same. But now, after comparing them, the difference was obvious. The difference between the two was too big. It was obvious who was stronger. This time, the energy injection would not succeed. Wang. Just when everyone had lost all hope, the golden light on Zichen's body suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Seeing Zichen's energy suddenly disappear, everyone was confused. After merely 2 breaths of time, an aura that was many times more violent than before was released from Zichen's body. This aura was blazing and violent, and it formed numerous dancing, lightning snakes around his body. It was extremely violent. Feeling this energy, everyone was shocked. Because this energy was very similar to Wuji's energy, but there was a difference in grade. If Zichen broke into Saint Crystal with this energy, perhaps it would become Wuji's yang energy. Zichen, who had his eyes closed, opened them at this moment. He looked at the violent yang energy ball in front of him and said, "Thank you for letting me know the path I am about to take." The violent energy disappeared from his body again. Zichen withdrew his spiritual sense from the yang energy ball and then probed the yin energy ball again. It was the complete opposite of the previous berserk aura. At this moment, an extremely cold aura entered Zichen's sea of consciousness. This aura was not berserk, but cold. In Zichen's perception, Wuji in this state was like a piece of ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years. His body exuded a coldness that prevented people from getting close to him. He was also like a cold, venomous snake that made people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts when they looked at him. This kind of yin aura was even more different from Zichen's aura. If Zichen's yang aura was 40% as hot and violent as the limitless yang aura, then this current yin aura was less than 10% of that. Zichen, who had closed his eyes, sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend Wuji's yin energy. If he wanted to fuse his energy, he had to comprehend it. Around his body, the yin energy was released. As he comprehended, his energy was also changing bit by bit. Don't tell me he's going to go into seclusion. We haven't come out of danger yet. He said he's here to help, but he better not help himself. Looking at Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, Yang Yao was dissatisfied. This worry was obviously unnecessary. After half a day, Zichen's energy had changed. It became extremely cold, and in the cold, there was an additional violent lightning. Following the appearance of this energy, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if the current Zichen had turned into a cold, venomous snake, hiding in the dark and staring at them coldly, waiting for an opportunity to attack. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Yang Yao, who was previously dissatisfied, could not help but turn pale when he felt this energy, as if he was being watched as prey. He subconsciously retreated. This energy came and went quickly. When the light on his body disappeared, Zichen opened his eyes and stood up. He turned around and looked at everyone. How is it? Will it work? Brilliant asked anxiously. Everyone else was also nervous and expectant. Taking in everyone's expressions, Zichen smiled faintly. If it's just filling the energy, it shouldn't be a big problem. It's just that the grade of energy in my body is too low, so the filling process may take a long time. It doesn't matter if it takes a long time. As long as it can be filled, we will have the capital to fight against a saint. I believe the Gung family will not act rashly. A rare look of joy appeared on Brilliant's face. Everyone else also heaved a sigh of relief. It may take a long time. The two of you guard. During the process of transferring energy, they obviously could not be disturbed. Zichen immediately ordered. Chapter 2158. Zichen had already gotten used to speaking to the two of them in this manner, and did not find anything wrong with it. The expressions of the elders changed slightly, but they were all old people and had personally witnessed limitless strength. They were very shrewd and pretended not to hear anything. However, the new elder, Yang Yao, had never seen Wuji before. He was born here and had no experience of going out to train, so his temper was very direct. After showing dissatisfaction on his face, he said in a low voice, Zichen, watch your tone. The Holy Maiden is the symbol of our glory clan, not someone you can order around. Isn't it just a protector? I'll protect you. Zichen turned around and looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he was so angry. However, looking at Radiant's stunning beauty and Yang Yao's agitated expression, he seemed to have guessed the reason. However, the good-tempered Zichen clearly did not intend to give Yang Yao any face this time. He said indifferently, I don't trust you, and I don't need you to protect me. Also, no one is allowed to come within a kilometer of me while I'm replenishing my energy. You dash! Yang Yao was furious. Enough, Yang Yao. This concerns the survival of our glorious tribe. It's only right for me to protect you, Radiant said coldly. Elder May took the opportunity to thank Yang Yao again and left with a dissatisfied Yang Yao. With a faint smile, Zichen's body split into two and prepared to transfer energy into the ball of light. You don't mind, right? After a while, Radiant pursed her lips and looked at Zichen. Mind what? Zichen, who was replenishing his energy, replied without turning around. Yang Yao's attitude. He's doing this to protect the tribe's last bit of dignity, Radiant said with a gloomy expression. Of course not. Zichen smiled. However, before Radiant could relax, Zichen continued, Why would I mind the words of a dead person? You dash! Radiant's face revealed a trace of embarrassment and anger, looking very good. Haha, Zichen is jealous. On the other side, Xingqin, who had been watching the show, laughed out loud. He already knew that guy was interested in you, so he deliberately made him angry. Zichen is jealous of you. The two Zichens were transmitting energy and did not turn around, so they could not see the change in Zichen's expression. They only heard Zichen say, Am I that shameless? After all, I'm an existence that killed a saint. Why would I lower myself to the level of a mere heaven realm expert? A fair lady is a gentleman's dream, and Guang Yao's beauty is definitely the best in the world. It's normal for you to be moved by her. There's nothing to be shy about in a romantic relationship, Xing Chen said with a teasing smile. Brilliant could naturally tell that this was just Xing Chen's joke, but she still lowered her head and said, "If you want, I'm all yours." Yes, Zi Chen, I'm also yours. Xing Chen continued to laugh. But Xing Chen, don't disgust me. I was the one who woke you up, so you're my servant. A servant is a servant. Zi Chen's tone became heavier, but his smile did not fade. At that time, he thought that this was just a joke between Xing Chen and Brilliant. However, many years later, Zi Chen truly understood the true meaning of their words. Gung Lan and Gung Yuancha were still guarding the Glorious Tribe, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. The Glorious Tribe only had 3 months left. If they did not hand over Brilliant in 3 months, the tribe would definitely be destroyed. However, even if they did, would the tribe be spared? The two stood side by side, gazing ahead without saying a word. The atmosphere was silent. After a long time, Gung Lan said, "The Glorious Tribe has existed for many years, so there must be a reason why they exist. They should have many trump cards." Gung Yuancha nodded. "I'm aware of that. A battle between the two sides will definitely cause us great losses. However, this battle is imperative, so I'm going to pull in the Nico family. According to the news, they're already gathering. However, they've been gathering for a long time. Will they come?" Gung Lan looked even further into the sky, as if his gaze could see through the void and land on the Nico family. They were the overlords of the Nico star field. The Gung family had 4 saints, while the Nico family had 5. Such a family was much stronger than the Luo family of the Rakshasa star field. However, they still had pursuits and troubles. Although they did not fight with that person back then, the Gung family had suffered great losses in the previous turmoil. If that person had not suddenly arrived and crippled the Luo family, the Gung family would have been destroyed. Even if they were not destroyed, they would have become a small, unknown tribe. Thinking of that person, Gung Lan thought of the Rakshasa star field's Zichen. That person was able to kill the injured Luo Fei as a heaven realm expert. This shocked him greatly. Furthermore, that person's body contained 2 types of energy. He was even more mysterious than that person back then. If he's not dead, he should come here. Gung Lan's eyes narrowed. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. This time he would not let Zichen go. Even if that scabbard was a threat, he would definitely die if it was 2 against 1. This was also the reason why he did not look for Zichen. If it was 1 against 1, he would not be afraid. However, there were other people around Zichen. This made Gung Lan feel extremely troubled, and that saint realm physical body. Thinking of Xing Chen, a trace of greed flashed in Gung Lan's eyes. The invitation of a future harmonious spirit master, coupled with that person's identity and the conditions we offered, I believe that the Nico family will definitely send someone. Gung Yuanmin also had other thoughts in his mind. He did not notice the series of changes in Gung Lan's emotions. I hope so. Gung Lan calmed down after putting away all his thoughts. War, martial continent, where the alien race invaded. When the alien race expressed their goodwill to everyone to suppress Zichen single-handedly drove away all the heaven-defying cultivators and set foot on the star path. The era of peace between the alien race and the human race ended. The war broke out again. Those who had the naive idea that the alien race really came for Zichen paid a heavy price. This was the real war of the apocalypse. No force could escape from it. Thus, all the forces revealed their trump cards and fought the alien race. However, the alien race's backup was the endless starry sky. The vast sea of stars was almost endless. Cultivators descended in groups. At first, the human side was still able to resist and attack. However, as time passed, the human side was gradually at a disadvantage. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat. The gate of the domain realm was fully opened. The battle spirits came out one by one and joined the war. All the battle beasts in the region where the Tiger God Mountain was located were mobilized to join the battle. There were also many other secret areas, some for people to train in and some for dangerous places. After a full-scale war broke out, many experts would come out and fight against the alien races. The demon race, and the human race, these forces that could be regarded as mortal enemies, began to unite against the enemy. The entire war Martial continent chose to unite against the enemy in order to survive the war. The war Martial continent showed a rare unity. Even the ancient alliance, the Heavenly Assassins Alliance, which had always been neutral, suddenly attacked the alien race for some reason. Every time they succeeded, they would take the alien race's head. This scene was very puzzling. In the first continent, the overall commander of this war was the great sage Yin-Jong. Because of the Saint Crystal that Zi-Chun left behind, he returned to the Saint Realm and began to lead all the forces to participate in the war. After killing more than 10 alien saints, the human saints did not appear again. It was likely that they were using the resources of the dead saints to recover as much as possible. They were waiting for the final invasion of the alien saints. In a large hall, the great sage Yin-Jong sat at the head of the table. The other family heads sat on the two sides below. This was a routine meeting. The entire hall was filled with the smell of blood. Everyone had an invisible, baleful aura. In the war, no one was spared. These family heads also had to participate in the war, and their battle strength was tyrannical. The alien race's reinforcements are endless. We have to retreat and prepare for a long war. The great sage Yin-Jong said in a deep voice, "Although the alien saints have not invaded yet, we have to prepare in advance. We should send people out now." Going out meant leaving. There was a limit to the number of saints who left this world to enter the star path. Although there was the obstruction of the laws of heaven and earth, there would be a time when the suppression of the laws would lose effect. When that time came, if the human forces could not come up with an effective counterattack, they would be completely wiped out. The leaders of the various forces sighed. The war Martial Continent star path was something that even the heaven-defying experts did not dare to enter. If they sent ordinary Heaven Realm experts in, it would be a suicide mission. However, in the current situation, if they wanted to survive in the future battle, they had to let these people try their luck. Inform the other forces in the 9 continents to send Heaven Realm experts into the star path. The great sage Yin-Jong ordered. Soon, this news would spread across the 9 continents. The leaders of the various forces would also make the appropriate arrangements. 9th Continent's Huping City, the weakest city in the past, had rapidly expanded due to Zi-Chen's appearance. Now, it had become the main force of the 9th Continent against the alien race. The experts of Huping City blocked the alien race's attacks time and time again. They were also able to launch counterattacks. During this time, the various formations that emerged one after another caused the alien experts to suffer a lot. The statue of Zi-Chen still stood in the center of the city. His eyes were cold, and his expression was as cold as a real person. He was now the symbol of the entire Huping City. He was the ultimate faith in the hearts of all the cultivators and their spiritual pillar. Chapter 2159. When the news that they needed to send people into the Star Road arrived, the experts of Huping City sat together to discuss the matter. Everyone had the same status, so there was no difference in priority. Back then, Zi-Chen said that the Star Road was too dangerous, and that ordinary Heaven Realm experts would only die if they stepped in, Wuxia said. Many years of battle had made him less impetuous and more iron-blooded, like a general on the battlefield. We don't have many Heaven Realm experts here, so we can't send them to their deaths, Shang Guanhong said. After the baptism of continuous battles, she had become a valiant female general. There was no more affection in her eyes, only indifference. She was surrounded by an intimidating aura, and many Heaven Realm experts from other races had died at her hands over the years. The fortune teller remained silent. His temperament was not very different from before, but he had become much calmer. Entering the Star Road was obviously a suicide mission, and he could not deduce a chance of survival. He did not have any good ideas for the time being. Dong Qing and Jin Qingqing sat at the side. They rarely spoke, and they looked very gentle. However, once they were on the battlefield, they would turn into demonesses, causing many of the other races to tremble in fear. Especially Dongqing, because of her special status, there would be a large number of heaven realm beasts following her every time she appeared. If they fought with her, groups of heaven realm experts would have to come. Otherwise, they would face the fate of being surrounded. The others chose to remain silent. This time, the great sage Yin Zhong had given them a big problem by sending people into the Star Road. The battle is urgent, so the others can't go. I'll go personally. Man Sure sighed and started to fight. His body became bigger and bigger, and his muscles bulged. He was full of explosive power. He had already stepped into the heaven realm, and the strength of a mountain spirit was displayed. Once Man Sure entered the Star Road, Huping City would lose a general, but the chances of him surviving in the Star Road would be higher. The atmosphere was still silent, but sometimes silence meant consent. It's too dangerous to go alone. I'll go with you. If we encounter danger, we can take care of each other. Shen Tiandao stood up. He was another general of Huping City, and he followed the Heavenly Tao and used the Heavenly Tao's rules. Seeing that the others were worried, Shen Tiandao said, "In the upcoming battle, we will not take the initiative to attack. With the protection of the Twins formation, we do not need to take the initiative to kill the enemy. Before the saints of the other races arrive, we will have no problem defending ourselves. This time we entered the star path for our future, and it is imperative that we do so. I believe that the other families will also send experts." Man Sure nodded and said, "That's right. This time, we're fighting for the future of the Martial Continent. We're carrying a mission, and we'll definitely become saints. Furthermore, we'll find Ziqin and return with great momentum." At their insistence, the matter was settled. Shen Tiandao and Man Sure entered the star path from the first continent along with the experts from other forces. When they entered the star path, several saints who had disappeared before appeared. They joined forces with the great sage Yin Zhong and the saint weapon, the king's sword, to invoke the rules of heaven and earth, which could be considered as cheating. They tried their best to teleport everyone together so that everyone could join forces to enter the star path. Looking at the disappearing figures, the Yin Zhong Grand Sage sighed, "I hope they succeed." The Thunderous sacred beast, who had transformed into a human, said, "After entering the Star Road, life and death will depend on their luck. I wonder how Ziqin is doing." The rules of heaven and earth are still clear. This proves that he's definitely still alive. On the other side, the Azure Dragon Saint said, "Ziqin has the protection of the heavens. There's no need for us to worry about him. However, the war in the Martial Continent has been retracted. This way, the strange races will have enough space. I believe that after they fail to take down the Star Path for a long time, they'll split up and attack the Sky Martial Continent. The strange races have too many people. It's inevitable that they'll invade the Sky Martial Continent. It's been like this since ancient times. It's just that we don't know where the Thunder Divine Palace will appear this time." The Thunder Sacred Beast sighed. "No matter where they appear, it'll be a disaster." The Azure Dragon said solemnly, "The reason for the strange races invasion was because of the heaven-defying cultivators, but more importantly, it was because of the Thunder Divine Palace. In this world, there was a rumor that only they knew. Only when the heaven-defying cultivators appeared and the rules of heaven and earth became active would the Thunder Divine Palace appear again. Other than that, the Thunder Divine Palace could be said to be a disaster. This was also the reason why no experts went to investigate the Thunder Divine Palace the last time. Furthermore, the destruction of the everlasting sect was also a fact. To existences like them who had lived for who knows how long, the Thunder Divine Palace was not an opportunity. but a disaster. It was as if the purpose of the Thunder Divine Palace's existence was to allow the strange races to destroy the living beings of this world. The Thunder Divine Palace was a mysterious and dangerous place. No one knew what was inside. Even the saints did not know. Perhaps the Thunder Ancestor knew, but his whereabouts were unknown, and his whereabouts were a mystery. Sky Martial Continent, because Zi-Chun had unified the 4 time castles when he left, all powers with earth elements could come here to cultivate. Experts began to appear here like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. They did not need to fight for resources. They only needed to increase their strength. However, during this period of time, there were all kinds of dangerous places for them to train in. While increasing their strength, they did not forget to stimulate their fighting spirit. Zhang Haotian had gone to the Heavenly Assassins Alliance to undergo the Netherthorn trials. He still had not returned. The entire Everlasting Sect was being managed by Zi Chen's close female friends and life and death brothers. As for Chen Feng and Sun Ling, they were in seclusion to comprehend the heavenly Tao techniques. Everyone knew that the strange races could invade at any time, and that danger could descend at any time. Everyone cultivated even more diligently. The battle had yet to begin, but the Sky Martial Continent had already been unified. All kinds of secret places were opened, and they were closely connected to each other. Furthermore, the ancient races on the ancient road would occasionally come to provide resources to the Everlasting Sect. All of you, hurry up. Don't come out unless you enter the Heaven Realm. Don't save resources for the Everlasting Sect. Don't be stingy. Increasing your own strength is the way to go. Outside a time castle, Evil Good's loud voice rang out. Recently, because of his special status, he had brought many disciples of the Buddhist sect here. Towards this kind of behavior that clearly broke the rules, Devil Ape and the others turned a blind eye. After all, the relationship between this monk and Zi-Chin was not ordinary. Fortunately, these monks knew the rules. They did not occupy a lot of cultivation places and did not disturb others. Most of the time, they just meditated. Fortunately, even Su Mengyao and the others tacitly approved of this behavior. The war could begin at any time. Naturally, it was impossible for everyone to be treated fairly. The opening of resources still favored the experts. The number of mortals in the Sky Martial Continent rapidly decreased. This was not because something had happened to these people, but because they had obtained the simplest cultivation techniques and the rich heaven and earth spiritual qi in this world. Almost all of them had become cultivators. On this day, the guardian of the Qinglong sacred ground took the initiative to walk out of the time castle and inform Su Mengyao that the strange races would soon invade the Sky Martial Continent. They're coming. Hearing this news, Su Mengyao began to gather the leaders of the various factions to discuss how to deal with the strange races. Su Mengyao had long since thought of this, and she had been implementing this plan for the past few years. This meeting included all the large aristocratic families. Even the Martial Heaven Alliance was present. As the acting sect master of the Everlasting Sect, Su Mengyao sat in the main seat. Wang Xian, Devil Ape, and the others sat on the sides. Behind them were the leaders of the other factions. The current leaders of the Everlasting Sect were these women who were not inferior to men. Even the fate of the Sky Martial Continent was closely related to these women's decisions. Everyone, we've received reliable news that the strange races are attempting to open a spatial tunnel to enter the Sky Martial Continent. Hearing Su Mingyao's words, an uproar broke out. However, this uproar did not last long. Everyone quickly calmed down. This kind of scene was something that everyone had expected when Zi-Chin was present. As the atmosphere calmed down, everyone's gaze turned to Su Mengyao. We've already discussed this plan, but the speed of implementation was too slow. Now we need to speed it up. We need to give up on those areas that should be given up. All the factions must enter the cities or families. Su Mingyao's tone was resolute. Also, those formation masters need to speed up the transportation formations in the cities. We need to turn the entire sky Marshall continent into a huge net. This net will be filled with transportation formations. As soon as any city is in danger, we will be able to send reinforcements. This was Su Mingyao's plan. This plan had been approved a long time ago, and it had been carried out ever since. This plan was extremely beneficial to the entire Sky Marshall continent. However, it might cause some of the smaller factions to lose out. For example, some of the smaller factions might have their own cities. But when the strange races invaded, those cities would be abandoned by Su Mingyao. There would be no transportation formations in those cities, and there would be no reinforcements. These smaller factions could only abandon their cities and enter the larger cities that had formations protecting them. In the face of danger, there was no such thing as fairness. Once this plan was carried out, everyone would be able to take the initiative when the strange races invaded and had reinforcements. It was just that using the transportation formations would consume a lot of resources. However, in this era, resources were the least of their worries. Chapter 2160. After delaying for a long time, the Nico family finally gathered their troops and headed towards the Glory family after careful consideration. Gung Yuanmin chuckled when he heard the news. This was all within his expectations. He believed that the Nico family would not be able to resist the temptation of benefits. Is there any news about how many saints have come? Gung Lan asked. I only saw Saint Lang in the team. I'm not sure if there are any other saints, the person replied respectfully. Gung Lan waved his hand and motioned for him to leave. Since they're here, they'll definitely go all out. I believe there will be no less than 3 saints, Gung Yuanmin said. The Nico family had a total of 5 saints. It was reasonable for them to send 3 saints and 2 saints to guard the family. Just like the Gung family, 3 of the 4 saints had come, and the last saint was guarding the family to prevent some unforeseen events that were almost impossible to happen. In this star field, as long as the 2 families did not attack each other, no force could shake their position as the overlords. Moreover, with 6 saints joining forces, it would not be too much of a loss to destroy the Glory clan. As long as the saints did not die, no one could shake the family's position. After receiving the accurate news, Gung Yuanmin waved his hand and said, Tell the Glory clan that if they don't hand over the goddess in 2 months, the entire Glory clan will be destroyed. What? 2 months? Didn't you say 3 months? Guang Yao's expression turned ugly after hearing the news. She turned around and looked at the 2 Zichin who were charging their energy and asked, Is 2 months enough? Not very much, but as long as it's continuously charged, it's barely enough to increase the power of the restriction. However, it's obviously unrealistic to increase it to the level of Wuji in the past, Zichin said. It's fine as long as it can increase the power. Guang Yao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she had this restriction, she would have a bargaining chip. She also did not believe that the Gung family would really fight because of her. If it really did not work, she still had one last step, which was to leave with them. As for the restriction, Guang Yao did not expect it to be filled with energy like when Wuji was building it. At that time, the yin-yang restriction could kill a saint. 2 months was barely enough, and Brilliant was quite confident about the upcoming negotiations. However, this confidence only lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, Mu Gang sent a message through a secret method. The Nico family's team was already on their way, and there were saints accompanying them. What is the Nico family doing here? Hearing this news, the group of elders was very puzzled. This was a matter of the Gung family. It had nothing to do with the Nico family. If Gung Yuanhua had already become a harmonious spirit master, it would be understandable for the other party to come. However, Gung Yuanhua hadn't broken through yet. It was too early for the Nico family to declare their stance. Are you here to scare us? Humph. If it weren't for the fact that the seal set up by that person had somehow dissipated, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state right now. Yang, Yao harumphed coldly as a cold look appeared on his face. Yang Yao, if it weren't for that senior, our family would have already been wiped out. Senior is our benefactor. Don't be disrespectful. Elder May's tone became much stricter. Am I wrong? If it weren't for that person who brought us the damned bloodline curse, we wouldn't be trapped here. Even if we couldn't defeat them, we could still run away. But now we can't even run away. We can only be threatened by them. The only thing we can do is to compromise or be destroyed. The group of elders shook their heads when they saw the overly emotional Yang Yao. Disappointment was evident on their faces. Yang Yao had been around for quite some time, but he ultimately did not have the energy to go through the bitter battles of the past. His mind was still a little too simple. He did not know that although this vast and boundless star path was vast and boundless, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find shelter for the glorious clan. If it weren't for Wuji, the glorious family would have been wiped out hundreds of thousands of years ago. Although Wuji had restricted the glorious clan, he had ultimately ensured their safety for many years. Those who had survived the war were grateful to Wuji, but those who had been born in this land of freedom were mostly resentful. They felt that it was Wuji who had trapped them. They had never been outside, so they naturally didn't know what the outside world was like. It was useless to explain. Some things could only be deeply understood by experiencing it personally. Brilliant stood up and left. Staying here would only make her more frustrated. The current glorious tribe had already lost their will to fight. In fact, there was no need for everyone to be like this. She was already prepared to sacrifice herself and would definitely not implicate her tribe. Soon, Brilliant arrived at the place where Zichen was replenishing his energy. Looking at Brilliant's pale face, Xingchen asked, "What's wrong? Is there bad news again?" Brilliant nodded. The Nico family is on their way. They have a saint with them. Their intentions are unclear. Hearing this, Xingchen chuckled and said, "That's not bad news." "What?" Brilliant was startled. She looked at Xingchen in confusion. Xingchen shrugged and said, "This is what Zichen expected, so it's not really bad news. At most, it's just confirmation of this news." Brilliant looked at Zichen. Zichen's body flashed with golden light. He left a clone to replenish his energy, then turned to Brilliant. He stretched his body and said, "The Nico family's intentions are obvious. They're here for the glorious family. You don't have to blame yourself too much. The root of all this is not you, but the entire glorious family. When Gung Yuanqing first came here, he didn't just take a fancy to you. He came to destroy the entire glorious family. We've lived here for so long, so we're very familiar with this place. There's no treasure here at all. The only strange thing is that our bloodline is cursed, so we can't take a step out of this world." Zichen shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter whether there are treasures or not. What's important is that the two clans will definitely be able to destroy the Glory Clan. Right now, what you need to consider is how many saints your clan can deal with after going all out. Gunglan is the only one from the Gung family to deal with saints. It's said that the Nico family only has one saint with them," Brilliant said. Zichen smiled and said, "That's just on the surface. The two families have a total of 9 saints. I believe that there might be 6 saints here. Don't be surprised. Gunglan has seen us and knows our combat strength, so he will definitely count us in. In this way, there can only be 6 saints here. Of course, there could be 5, but the possibility of that is not high." Looking at Brilliant's uncertain expression, Zichen said, "Now, you should go and inform your clansmen to prepare for the upcoming battle. Then, go and count your trump cards. Also, tell me how many saints you can deal with. Oh, I have to say in advance that Huan Kai will not be able to participate in this battle. He has not entered the saint realm and will need some time." Watching Brilliant Light leave again, Xingchen shrugged and said they no longer have the will to fight in their bones. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given Brilliant Light away in the first place. Don't be fooled by how worried they are right now. In fact, they've already made the final decision to use brilliant light in exchange for safety. They weren't prepared, or rather, they've been free for too long, so they never thought about fighting. Zichin smiled and said, "Not all battles need to be prepared. When the slaughter comes, they will recognize reality and understand that a battle must happen. Naturally, they will be ready. For them, who have lost their courage, blood is the best baptism." But what if Brilliant can't convince them? There's no need to convince them. We just need to get all our trump cards. Our opponents are saints, so we have to stop them from slaughtering. As for the following individual battles, we can't help much. Just as Zichin expected, Brilliant's expression turned even uglier. He looked at the two of them and shook his head. They don't believe that these people are really here to destroy us. They only think they're here to scare us. But they also said that they'll be prepared for the worst. No worries. If you use all your trump cards, how many saints can you block? Zichin asked. If we don't count this restriction, we should be able to block the two of you. Zichin nodded. That's not bad. Although this restriction can't kill saints, it shouldn't be a problem to heavily injure them. If there are only 6 saints, you guys can block 2 of them. The yin-yang restriction will heavily injure one. The restriction will heavily injure one. I'll deal with one, and Zhongjian will deal with one. It seems that we still have a chance of winning this battle. Thank you. Brilliant stared into Zichen's eyes and thanked him sincerely. You're welcome. We're friends who have gone through life and death together. It's only right that we help each other. Next, Zichen analyzed. The other party originally gave 3 months, not to give you time, but to give the Nico family time to consider. Now that the time has been set at 2 months, it means that the Nico family will be able to arrive in 2 months. Moreover, after communicating with them, coming up with a battle plan, and chasing the others out of here, they'll need exactly 2 months. Therefore, these 2 months are not for you, but for themselves. But this is good. After 2 months, you'll take the initiative to show up and say that you're willing to leave with Gang Yuanji. At that time, I believe that they'll reveal their true intentions. Chapter 2161. Just as Zichen had guessed, the 2 months Gang Yuanya mentioned was not for the Glorious family to consider, but for the Nico family. It took the Nico family more than a month to reach the Glorious family's location. You're too late. Gang Yuanya looked at the representative of the Nico family in front of him with dissatisfaction. Sorry, we were delayed by some matters on the way. The representative of the Nico family sincerely expressed his apologies. You should know who you're working for this time, right? As a spirit devourer, Gang Yuanya had his own pride and spoke in an indifferent tone. Before we came, the head of the family ordered us to work for the Daofu family. When he spoke of the Daofu family, the representative's expression was very respectful. The Daofu family was an absolute overlord in the Star Path, equivalent to the Wuji sect in the Holy Land of the Tianmu continent. Compared to the Daofu family, the Gang family was like the small forces in the Holy Land that relied on the Wuji sect. As long as the Wuji sect sent a thought, such a family could be destroyed in an instant. When the Daofu family was mentioned, even the arrogant Gang Yuanya restrained his arrogant expression. He said in a deep voice, "To be precise, we're working for young Master Daofu Hill. Before the young master arrives, I hope to completely resolve this matter. Before we came, the head of the family ordered us to do whatever you need the Nico family to do. Young Master Hill hates the people on the Life Star, especially the tribes that are still stationed here. Our goal is to completely destroy this tribe. That's simple. Our people are ready to act at any time. I'll tell you the details later. Before that, you need to pay attention to 2 things. First, you can't hurt the goddess. Second, you can't kill the young female practitioners here." Gang Yuanya said in a deep voice. "Is that so?" The representative frowned and said, "There are too many restrictions. It seems a little troublesome." "Of course there will be trouble. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you here. However, if we succeed and gain the trust of young Master Hill, I believe that all our efforts will be worth it." Just as the two of them were discussing some details, the saints of the two clans also sat together. As Zichen had guessed, there were a total of 6 saints. The leading saint was called Fei Lang. His position in the family was equivalent to Gunglan's. Just like the Gung family, the Nico family had sent 3 saints. Is the news reliable? In a building built by the Gung family, Fei Lang and Gunglan sat opposite each other while playing with a teacup in their hands. Gunglan smiled faintly and said, "Very reliable. Young Master Hill, personally, sent the news." Putting down the teacup in his hand, Fei Lang's expression became slightly more serious. "Since the information is reliable, we will definitely do our best. It's just that I don't quite understand why the young master of the Doff family, who has a huge force supporting him, needs our help." Gunglan shook her head and said, "It's not that you need our help, but that we're the ones who are willing to help. Don't worry, it's just the glorious era. The resources left behind in the past are all gone. They won't amount to anything at all. Furthermore, with us 6 saints present, the Glory tribe will definitely be destroyed." Fei Lang's expression didn't weaken. "You and I both know that the Glory tribe has an inexplicable curse that prevents them from leaving this place. Why would the young master of the Doff family come all the way here to destroy this tribe? To be honest, I don't know the reason. However, Yuan Qi once mentioned that he heard some rumors. It said that the person who helped the Glory tribe back then has a deep grudge with the Doff family. Young Master Doff's visit is probably related to that person." Gunglan said, "That taboo of the star path?" Fei Lang's face revealed a trace of surprise. Who in the star path didn't know about the taboo of the star path? It was a terrifying existence that fought from the beginning of the star path all the way to the depths. Back then, when many forces mentioned its name, they would feel a sense of fear. Thus, they all used that person as a replacement for their name. "Yes, it's him." Gunglan nodded and said, "Didn't they say that he died in a battle after entering the depths of the star path?" Fei Lang asked, "Such news is obviously unreliable. I heard that he stepped into the end of the star path and then went to another place." "Another place?" Fei Lang's expression changed. His eyes revealed a look of horror. It seemed that that place was even more taboo. This topic ended there. "After the matter is done, the reward is a piece of custom-made Saint Crystal. You don't need to spend any resources." Gunglan said. This was the condition that she proposed earlier. Can Gungyuan Qi really break through? Fei Lang's expression changed. That young master personally promised. How can it be false? Gunglan smiled with a somewhat complacent look on her face. The appearance of a harmonious spirit master in the family meant that the family would rise completely. As long as the harmonious spirit master didn't die, the family would certainly become one of the top families on the star path. This time, I have a bad premonition in my heart. It seems that something bad is going to happen. 2 pieces of Saint Crystal, and we will provide the resources for the second piece. Fei Lang said. Deal. Gunglan's face revealed a meaningful smile. Having guessed that the other party would launch an all-out war, Zichen, of course, made preparations in advance. He took out the treasure pavilion and placed it in a relatively spacious place. When placing the treasure pavilion, Zichen didn't alert anyone. At the bottom of the treasure pavilion, a large number of attribute-less crystals were placed according to some kind of spirit gathering array. With enough heaven and earth spirit chi, Zhong Dian's combat strength could be maximized. It was still possible to lure saints into the trap and completely kill them. In addition, Zichen personally went to the Myriad Origin Cauldron to inform those who came from the Life Star and let them make their own choice. As for those alien races, due to the special situation, Zichen didn't plan to let them participate in the war. Although he had killed countless people, Ziqin had always believed that all lives were equal. There was no benefit to be gained from this war. In order to protect the same race, Ziqin wouldn't use his identity as the leader to force everyone. Instead, he would let them make their own choice. "Sir, I'll go." Huan Kai stood up. Saint power was already circulating in his body, but there was still a long way to go before he could truly break through. Looking at Huan Kai, Ziqin said, "You can't participate in this war. Focusing on breaking through is the most important thing. It's not easy for me to refine a piece of Saint Crystal. I don't want you to waste it like this." Huan Kai scratched his head resentfully and could only sit down. Those who came before didn't want to be outdone. They all shouted that they wanted to participate in the war because they all knew Guang Yao. Even if it wasn't for the Yao tribe, for the beauty Guang Yao, they would still participate in the war. The result was as expected. All the Heaven Realm experts from the Life Star expressed that they wanted to participate in the war. Ziqin nodded, his face full of gratification. If one wanted to go further on the Star Road, one couldn't be afraid of battle. Time passed. The experts of the two tribes pressed on, and the atmosphere in the outside world became tense. On a certain day, the cultivators of the two tribes moved out and began to drive away the cultivators who had previously stayed here. "Looks like they're serious this time." In the midst of the drive, Mu Gang sent out another message. Then he followed the other cultivators and retreated far away. "Big brother, do you think the Yao tribe can escape this disaster this time?" While retreating, one of the outsiders sent a message. This person was the same as Mu Gang. He had been trading with the Yao tribe for a long time. Two overlords taking action. It's difficult. Mu Gang shook his head and sighed. He sped up and left. They didn't leave this world. Instead, they retreated to the back of the encirclement like the others. There was definitely going to be a great war. These people didn't want to miss it. They had already found a suitable position and were ready to enjoy the upcoming war of annihilation. In the blink of an eye, the 2-month deadline was up. It was time to negotiate. On the side of the two families, a total of 7 people walked out. When they saw the 7 people, exclamations came from afar. "Heavens, there are actually 6 saints." This time, the two families actually sent 6 saints. It seems like they are determined to destroy the Yao tribe. It's been a long time since I've seen 6 saints together. It seems like the destruction of the Yao tribe is already a fact. Look, standing in the middle of the 6 saints is Lord Gung. He's a spirit devourer. It's said that he has the highest chance of breaking through to the harmonious spirit master realm. Gung Yuanji's demeanor couldn't be suppressed by the 6 saints. He stood in the middle of the 6 saints and attracted a lot of attention. Looking at the Yao tribe in front of him, Gung Yuanji smiled faintly and said, "She should be coming out soon." The time was up. It was time for the negotiation. The group of elders seemed to be very nervous. Xing Chen and Ziqin were in the group, protecting Brilliant on both sides. This made the nervous Brilliant relax a lot. "Let's go." He took a deep breath and slowly calmed his heaving chest. Then he walked forward. Other than Ziqin and Xing Chen, there were 4 other elders following him. However, Elder Yang Yao wasn't among them. The latter had expressed his strong desire to go with them, but was stopped by Elder Mei. He was too shallow and impulsive. If he spoke carelessly, it might lead the Yao tribe to eternal damnation. As Brilliant walked outside, a group of people appeared. They silently watched him with a complicated expression. Even now, they were still holding on to hope in their hearts, thinking that the other party was only here for one person. It had to be said that the freedom of life without fighting made them lose their vigilance. No amount of explanation or advice would work. Only through the baptism of blood could they completely recognize the reality. Yang Yao walked in another direction with a relaxed expression. When he passed by the treasure pavilion, he suddenly squinted his eyes and muttered, "What the hell is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" After muttering a few words, Yang Yao continued to walk forward. Along the way, When the disciples of the glorious tribe saw Yang Yao, they all bowed respectfully to him. Be more vigilant to prevent a battle from happening, Yang Yao said to these people with an arrogant expression. In fact, as an elder, he didn't understand the meaning of fighting. Since he was born, he had sparred a lot of times. However, he had never participated in a life-and-death battle. He went straight to the place where the yin-yang seal was located. His calm eyes gradually turned cold as he approached. However, when he arrived at the yin-yang seal, there was a hint of astonishment in his cold eyes. Chapter 2162. The astonishment on his face quickly disappeared as Yang Yao smiled. Ziqin, why are you still here? Everyone is waiting for you. Did you come all the way here just to see me? Ziqin looked at Yang Yao with a smile that was not a smile. Yes, come with me quickly. Yang Yao's smile did not fade. Looking at Yang Yao, Ziqin smiled and said, even if I can't sense that there's something wrong with you, I can see that your smile is very fake. Furthermore, you and I aren't so close that we can greet each other with a smile. Yang Yao was stunned. Ziqin, what do you mean by this? You're here to help the glorious tribe, and you're even that person's disciple. Of course, we should thank you. Waving his hand at Yang Yao, Ziqin faintly said, all right, stop acting. Your acting skills are really bad. I believe you have seen my other doppelganger. He has already gone with the brilliant light. I don't think in existence like you can see through my real body and doppelganger. Originally, when they said that you had never gone out, I didn't believe them. But now I believe them. Your entire body exudes an aura that tells me I'm lying. Ziqin, what do you mean? I don't understand. The smile on Yang Yao's face disappeared. From the first time I saw you, I sensed Gung Yuanchan's aura from your body. Later on, you deliberately targeted me, but it was all for the sake of the tribe. Although everyone was dissatisfied, your intentions were good, so they didn't pursue the matter. But I know very well that your heart no longer belongs to the tribe. I believe you've already told Gung Yuanchan everything here through some secret means. You. Yang Yao's expression stiffened. He was indeed not good at acting. Now that he was exposed by Ziqin, he didn't know what to say for a moment. I specifically asked Brilliant before. He said that when Gung Yuanchan came, you were with him the entire time. I believe that your soul was controlled by him at that time. I had some doubts at first, but after seeing you, I understand. With you as a spy, he doesn't need to worry about not being able to find Brilliant. Yang Yao stood there in a daze, not saying a word. This time, Gung Yuanqi dared to attack despite knowing the existence of the yin-yang restriction. Apart from those saints, your ability to secretly destroy the yin-yang restriction is also a key factor. Looking at Yang Yao, Ziqin shook his head in disappointment and said, I originally wanted to get some information about Gung Yuancha from you, but seeing how silly you are, I believe you don't know anything other than his appearance and gender. Buzz. On Ziqin's body, a surge of murderous aura gushed out crazily. What do you want? Yang Yao's expression changed drastically. That fiendish aura made it hard for him to breathe, and his face turned deathly pale. I once said that I could deal with you with one finger, but now it seems that I was being a little rude. Half a finger is enough to deal with trash like you. Ziqin's eyes flashed with cold-killing intent. Brilliant walked out of the tribe and arrived at the entrance. Today, she was wearing a tight purple robe, which perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure. Her exquisite face was expressionless, and her fair, jade-like neck undulated up and down like waves. Seeing Brilliant from afar, the eyes of those monks lit up one by one. She was indeed a woman that Gung Yuanqi had taken a fancy to. Her appearance could be called stunning. Even the saints' eyes flashed with a strange light, but that was all. For them, beauty was not an essential existence on the path of cultivation. You're finally here. Gung Yuanqi smiled at Brilliant. Following Ziqin's instructions, Brilliant stopped at the entrance of the tribe, where the restriction could reach. She looked at Gung Yuanqi and said, "I'll go with you. You can retreat." Xing Chen followed behind, Brilliant expressionlessly. When he stopped, he clearly felt a cold gaze fall on him. As he looked up, he saw Gung Lan and the greed in his eyes. Xing Chen just narrowed his eyes and responded with a cold gaze. Zi Chen's gaze also fell on Gung Lan. It was this guy who had snatched Luo Fei's resources, which should have been his spoils of war. Fine, I'll take it all back this time. A cold killing intent flashed in his heart. The other saints looked at Brilliant expressionlessly. They knew the purpose of coming here, and they knew that Gung Yuanqi would definitely not agree to the other party's conditions. Sure enough, Gung Yuanqi stared into Brilliant's eyes and said, "I also want to agree, but unfortunately, you've disappointed me too much. So in order to punish you, I've decided to destroy your tribe." This was an answer that no one was surprised by, but it still caused an uproar. The expressions of the elders behind Brilliant changed. The situation was indeed developing in the worst direction. "Your target is only me. I can go back with you, and you can do whatever you want with me in the future." Brilliant said again. Gung Yuanqi shook his head and said, "It's too late. If you come over now, I can kill fewer of your people." The saints beside him released their killing intent. For a moment, the elders' expressions changed drastically again, and they involuntarily retreated. Zi Qin pulled Brilliant back a few steps with one hand to dissolve the aura of the saints. On the other side, Brilliant said coldly, "Gung Yuanqi, don't go too far. At worst, we'll fight to the death." "Ha!" Gung Yuanqi heard and laughed loudly. "Fight to the death? You must be referring to your yin-yang restriction. If I tell you that your restriction has been destroyed, would you believe me? That's impossible." Brilliant exclaimed, and the other elders also had disbelief on their faces. "Is it impossible?" Gung Yuanqi sneered. He turned to Ziqin and said, "He's Ziqin, the disciple of that person. This time, he secretly came to your tribe to fill in the yin-yang restriction. Moreover, he really made some changes to this restriction. Although it can't be compared to its heyday, it can still seriously injure a saint. Am I right?" Of course, he was right. The elders' faces were pale. Obviously, there was a traitor in the tribe, and this traitor had joined forces with Gung Yuanqi. The Glory tribe cultivators who were closely watching all of this didn't understand what was going on, but when they saw the ugly expressions of the elders beside them, they guessed that Gung Yuanqi was right. "If you don't believe me, I'll let you see it with your own eyes. Stop hiding and come out." As soon as Gung Yuanqi's voice fell, there was a shrill howl from the Glory tribe, and then a figure flew over. Seeing this figure, Gung Yuanqi's smile grew wider. It was obvious that the matter had been settled. But soon the smile on his face froze. This was because the figure was moving horizontally. Rather than saying that it was flying, it was more accurate to say that it was thrown over by a great force. "It's Elder Yang Yao. Why is he here? Could he be a traitor of the tribe?" Seeing Yang Yao flying horizontally in the light, the surrounding Glory tribe members cried out in alarm. Bang! Yang Yao crashed heavily on the ground in front of Gung Yuanqi, kicking up clouds of dust. His aura had already disappeared. He was dead. "He's dead." Looking at the dead Yang Yao, Gung Yuanqi's face turned gloomy. The people of the Glorious Clan were in an uproar because of Yang Yao's death. Even those elders were astonished. "What's going on?" Gung Yuanqi said with a cold face. Brilliant didn't know about the traitor, so how could he know what happened? Now, the only thing he was worried about was whether there was a problem with the seal. Xing Chen's eyes flashed with surprise, but he soon recalled that Brilliant asked Ziqin that day. He shouldn't care about Yang Yao. Zichen's answer was of course not. Why would he care about a dead person? "Don't you know how to guess? Why don't you guess?" At this moment, a mocking laugh sounded. Qin walked out from behind Brilliant. Everyone's gazes all landed on Qin for a moment. It's you, right? You're the one who ruined my plan, Gung Yuanqi said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Qin snapped his fingers and said with a smile, "Good guess. It seems like there's nothing wrong with your intelligence. Unfortunately, your methods are too weak." Ignoring Gung Yuanqi's ugly expression, Qin raised his head and looked at the saints. Soon his eyes locked on the three Nico family members and said, "There's a big problem with your judgment. This guy will never be able to become a harmonious spirit master in his lifetime. Why are you stupidly working for him?" "Nonsense," Gung Yuanqi angrily rebuked. His face became distorted. Qin's words had completely stabbed his sore spot, because when they first met, Dofhill had said the same thing. "I dare to guarantee with my life that you will never be able to become a harmonious spirit master in your lifetime. Even if you become a saint, it's still impossible." The crowd was in an uproar. Obviously, they didn't expect such a thing to happen. One should know that Gung Yuanqi had a 100% chance of becoming a harmonious spirit master in the Gung family. However, many of them didn't believe it. They thought that Qin was lying to provoke Gung Yuanqi. "After this battle, I will definitely become a harmonious spirit master. Now, fulfill your promise and kill him for me." Gung Yuanqi's distorted expression gradually calmed down. He had learned about Qin from Gunglan. He knew that Qin's strength was tyrannical. He had killed Saint Luo Fei before. Therefore, even if he was enraged at this moment, he still maintained his rationality. "If you want to kill me, then come. Let's see which one of you is not afraid of death." Qin sneered and retreated with his people. Deep inside the Yaoji family, a terrifying qi was released. Then, two rays of light, one gold and one silver, shot up to the sky. Each of them occupied half of the sky and spread out, wrapping the entire Yaoji family in the middle. The golden light emitted a scorching and violent qi, as if a tyrannical beast was hibernating there. Chapter 2163. Qin retreated with a few people. The yin-yang seal enveloped the Glory clan, causing an uproar in the distance. It was clear that the negotiations had broken down. Since the two sides couldn't reach a consensus, they could only fight. The last hope in their hearts was shattered. The cultivators of the Glory clan all paled. It didn't matter if they were prepared for battle or not. They all took out their weapons. They knew what to do in the face of a life-and-death crisis. Yang Yao was Gung Yuanchan's greatest reliance. He was also the guarantee that the two aristocratic families would suffer the least losses. He had never been noticed by the Glory clan. Who would have thought that he would be killed at the last moment? Gung Yuanchan still didn't know how Qin had sensed that Yang Yao was under his control. The yin-yang seal was right in front of them. It shone with both yin and yang light. If they wanted to destroy the Glory clan, they had to break this seal first. Qin quickly retreated with his people. As they retreated, Qin waved his sleeve. Many celestial soldiers appeared, emitting a dazzling light. These celestial soldiers had been seized by Qin. They were very different from the celestial soldiers of the Zhangwu continent. Most of them didn't have soldier spirits. Even if they did, they weren't very strong. There were too many of them, and it wasn't easy to sell them. However, they were easier to control than the celestial soldiers of the Zhangwu continent. This was also a characteristic of the star path. Heavenly realms could be seen everywhere, so celestial soldiers weren't that valuable. In fact, strictly speaking, the celestial soldiers of the star path weren't real celestial soldiers. At the very least, they couldn't be compared to Qin's saber spirit. However, to the Glory clan, these celestial soldiers were still very valuable. Those without celestial soldiers were shocked when they saw these celestial soldiers. Those without weapons, hurry up and pick one. When you see your enemies, don't be merciful. Use your strongest attack. Remember, it's your strongest attack. You may only have one chance. If you can't kill the enemy, you'll die. Zi Chen's voice reverberated in the sea of consciousness of all the Glory clan members. He was trying to wake them up at the last moment. Even if he couldn't wake them up, as long as they followed his instructions, the death rate would be reduced. After retreating for some distance, Brilliant turned around and accelerated towards a certain direction. The 4 elders followed closely behind. Zi Chen and Xing Qin stopped. According to the plan, everything here was left to the 2 of them. Zi Chen shouted to the surrounding people, "Everyone back off." These people retreated as they were told. There were still some heavenly soldiers that had not been taken away, but at this moment they could not care less. In the outside world, the saints had already made their moves. Terrifying saint force surged wildly. One attack after another appeared, targeting the yin-yang restriction. 6 saints attacking together. The power of the attack was beyond imagination. Swoosh! Looking at these attacks, Zi Chen's expression was cold. He transmitted his thoughts, and the restriction that had just appeared quickly disappeared. The entire Glory clan appeared in front of these saint power attacks. Boom! Boom! The attacks landed one after another and exploded in an instant, forming a terrifying energy ripple that shook in all directions. Wherever the ripple passed, many buildings of the Glory clan were instantly reduced to dust. Some of the heavenly soldiers that had not been taken away in time were also destroyed. Endless smoke and dust filled the sky. Terrifying energy waves spread in all directions. In an instant, 1/8 of the huge clan had disappeared. This was the power of a saint's attack. The Glory clan members who had retreated were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Zi Qin stood at the edge of the energy waves. Xing Qin, who was beside him, was nowhere to be seen. He quietly looked at the 6 saints in front of him and said indifferently, "What's wrong? You dare to come here to kill, but now you don't dare to come in. This is your guts. Mere saints are nothing more than this." Zi Chen's voice reverberated between heaven and earth. His voice was so loud that it was shocking. A heaven realm cultivator challenging a saint, and 6 of them at that. This had never happened in history. Even if Zi Qin died today, these people would not forget what he said today. Mere saints were nothing more than this. All the saints' eyes hardened. From what had just happened, they could see Zi Chen's decisiveness. He could remove the restriction in an instant and allow the energy to wreak havoc on the Glory clan. Although there were no casualties, the Glory clan had lost 1/8 of their many years of wealth. In their eyes, this decisiveness was more like unscrupulous means. In order to win, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Looking at the heaven realm cultivator Zi Chen, who stood alone in front of them, the saints hesitated and did not immediately choose to go forward. Gang Yuanyan stared fixedly at Zi Chen. He knew that Zi Chen was very strong, but sometimes a person's strength did not mean anything. Moreover, in front of 6 saints, Zi Chen's strength was nothing. He waved his sleeves and shouted coldly, "Kill!" The cultivators of the 2 clans, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, rushed toward the Glory clan, which had no restriction. Gang Yuanyan looked at Zi Chen with a mocking smile in his cold eyes. His expression seemed to be saying, "Let's see if you can still hold up the restriction now." If they didn't open the restriction now, these people would definitely rush in and massacre the tribe. In fact, the Glory tribe would be wiped out even if the saints didn't do anything. However, if he held up the restriction now and stopped these people from rushing in, the saints would act and forcefully shatter the restriction. No matter what choice he made, the Glory clan would be destroyed. It was an endless cycle. Seeing this, the others could not help but admire Gang Yuanyan's scheming. Faced with such an endless cycle, what choice should Zi Chen make? He was here to protect this clan. He definitely wouldn't just watch this clan be destroyed. This choice seemed to be very difficult to make. But was it difficult? No, Zi-Chin still stood in front of them without any change in his expression. He did not seem to be in a dilemma. He did not seem to be in a difficult position because he did not know what choice to make. He did not have a choice, or rather, he had already made a choice to let these people in and kill as they pleased. Of course, Zi-Chen's spiritual thoughts still had something to say to the Glory Clan. His words were cold and merciless. The yin-yang restriction is used to deal with the saints. It will not protect you. Now you only have two choices: kill or be killed. Shouts rose, energy collided, and blood splattered. The two sides had already made contact. Casualties appeared instantly. There were Glory Clan members and foreign clans, but the Glory Clan had lost more people. Shouts rose and fell all around. One could even hear the Glory Clan cultivators cursing. These curses were directed at Zi-Chin, implying that he had harmed everyone by not removing the restriction. Zi-Chen's expression did not change. These people would die in the next moment. He did not need to care about the dead. The current Zi-Chen was cold and merciless, treating human lives like grass. He was very different from the Zi-Chin who had declared that everyone was equal when he fought with Luo Fei. But this was the real Zi-Chin. In the face of unavoidable sacrifices, he would never back down because he wanted more people to live. The killing continued. It was very tragic. The Glory Clan had been free for too long and had lost the courage they should have. The death toll continued to rise. The foreign clans in the distance watched this tragic battle with their hearts pounding. At this moment, only Zi-Chen could save them, as long as he removed the yin-yang restriction. Even if he could not destroy all the foreign clans, he could destroy most of them and save more people. But he did not. He still stood in front of the saints. Around him, not a single foreign clan member dared to step forward. As a Heaven Realm cultivator, it took a lot of courage to fight against 6 saints. At this moment, everyone saw Zi-Chen's decisiveness and ruthlessness. They saw Zi-Chen's ruthlessness and mercilessness, but they did not understand the point of doing so. Even if they were able to fend off the saints, the other members of the 2 aristocratic families would be able to annihilate the glorious clan. They could not understand Zi-Chen's actions, but they remembered his cold-bloodedness. Poof! 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 One by one, the Glory Clan members fell. Blood splattered on the bodies of others. Zi-Chin did not release the restriction. The Holy Maiden and the elders were nowhere to be found. At this moment, the Glory Clan members were in complete despair. In this moment of despair, they were faced with a choice. They could die in despair or go crazy in despair. Without a doubt, some people chose the former and died completely. Some people chose the latter and went crazy. After the baptism of battle, only those who could survive were the true elites. The death toll of the Glory Clan cultivators decreased. Besides the fact that they had started to fight back, it was also because most of the people who should have died were already dead. The saints sneered. Even if they did not participate in this battle, the Glory Clan would still be destroyed. And at that time, those people would turn back to kill Zi-Chin. Zi-Chen's spiritual senses kept a close watch on the surroundings. At this moment, the foreign clans on the periphery finally rushed into the Glory Clan. Now's the time. Zi-Chen's heart stirred. The cauldron of all creation appeared in the void and flew forward. As it flew forward, rays of light scattered from time to time. These rays of light would appear behind the foreign clans and turn into human figures. The moment the human figures appeared, blade light would appear. Poof! 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 One by one, heads flew. Headless corpses spewed blood. The blood splattered on the Glory Clan members in front, causing them to be in a daze. Rays of light fell one after another. Heads flew up one after another. Faces with sinister smiles appeared in the vision of the Glory Clan members, the foreign clans in the distance, and the saints. They were surrounded by a strong, murderous aura. They were like evil spirits from hell. They did not use any Heaven Dao techniques, but each time they attacked, they would deal the most fatal blow to their opponents. If the Glory clan members were sheep, then the foreign clans of the two aristocratic families were a pack of wolves. The situation was completely one-sided when the sheep faced the pack of wolves. However, the cultivators who appeared later were like a pack of ferocious tigers. Just one of them was extremely powerful. Now a pack of them had appeared. They faced off against a pack of wolves, and the battlefield was a complete massacre. If the foreign clans were ruthless enough, then these slaves who had suffered too much in the past were even more ruthless. When they killed, they had sinister smiles on their faces. The moment they appeared, they went crazy. They were roaring and laughing. They bathed in the blood that splattered everywhere, as if they were enjoying the beauty of the battle. The situation on the battlefield changed instantly with the appearance of these 6,000 slaves. The situation of defeat was reversed in an instant. Blood splattered on the ground and seeped into the earth. Chapter 2164. The situation of the battle was reversed in an instant. The situation that had gone out of control was suppressed in an instant. All the surviving members of the Glory clan stared blankly ahead at the devil-like figures. The fiendish chi that surged around them was suffocating and oppressive at such a close distance. It made their hearts tremble. These are the real killing gods. In the distance, a cultivator who was also stunned by this scene exclaimed, feeling the fiendish chi that flowed around them. It was obvious that they had killed existences of the same level. Standing beside them, the fiendish chi surged, making their hearts tremble and their breathing quicken. All the saints were surprised. When their eyes fell on Zichin again, there was obviously some fluctuation in their eyes. He had been hiding this method and not using it. He could watch the members of the Glory clan die and wait until the last moment to launch a fatal attack. They had once again experienced Zichen's decisiveness and ruthlessness. So what? Gung Yuanji snorted coldly. He took a step forward and waved his hand. Rays of light lit up behind him, and figures appeared one after another. Among these figures, there was a strong aura surging. There was no lack of half-saints and false saints. Kill. As soon as these people appeared, they charged forward to kill their way through. Zichen was not surprised that the two aristocratic families had such a backup plan. He believed that only by killing all of them could the two aristocratic families feel the pain. Seeing so many cultivators rushing over, including some false saints, the cultivators of the Yao clan felt their hearts turn cold and despair once again. One had to know that their elders were only false saints, and there were only so many of them. How could they resist the invading false saints? Compared to the despairing members of the Glory clan, the former slaves surged with chi, and their killing intent did not decrease at all. In the past, they had dared to draw their swords in front of saints. How could they be afraid of some false saints? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The cauldron of all things floating in the air flashed with brilliance again. After the brilliance fell, it turned into the figures of false saints. Their chi was wild and violent. After they appeared, they faced the false saints of the foreign races. Seeing so many false saints appear all of a sudden, everyone was stunned again. Looking at the battlefield, Gung Yuan frowned. If this continued, their people would definitely not be able to gain the upper hand. Once all these people died in battle, it would definitely be a huge blow to the two aristocratic families. It was worth mentioning that whether it was the Heaven Realm experts from before or the experts who came later, they all wanted to destroy the Yin-Yang restriction. However, at the Yin-Yang seal, Xingchen was wearing a battle armor and holding a silver spear. All the cultivators who tried to destroy the seal were pierced through by the spear. A star chart appeared in the sky. Every time a star chart appeared, a false saint would die. The current situation was very unfavorable to the two families. Faced with such an unexpected situation, the expressions of the saints gradually turned ugly. Buzz. At that moment, a wave of saint power rippled out from the deepest part of the glorious clan. It was as if someone had made a breakthrough, and the saint power was getting stronger and stronger. This is the heavenly daughter of the Glory clan. The moment they sensed this aura, the expressions of the saints completely changed. They sensed the aura of the brilliant light from this wave of saint power. This could also explain why the brilliant light did not appear on the battlefield. So this is the trump card. Zi-Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. Obviously, even he did not expect that the so-called trump card of the brilliant light was to become a saint himself. Humph! With a cold snort, Gunglan no longer cared about anything else. Her figure flashed and rushed toward Zi-Chen. Seeing the saints move, the cultivators in the distance all widened their eyes and watched everything nervously. There was also a hint of anticipation in their nervous expressions. Obviously, they also wanted to see if Zi-Chen, who dared to fight against 6 saints, had the strength to fight against 6 saints. Unfortunately, they did not see Zi-Chen's glory. After seeing Gunglan rush forward, the latter decisively retreated. Swoosh! With the first, there would be a second. Soon, the saints also moved and rushed into the Glory clan. You guys go stop the heavenly daughter. I'll go destroy the seal. Gunglan's voice was heard. She directly rushed toward Xing Chen's direction. The other 5 saints were about to enter the depths when Zi-Chen, who was running in front, suddenly stopped. Looking at the 5 of them, he said, coldly, "Idiots." This voice was loud enough for the 5 saints to hear clearly. Swoosh! Of the 5 saints, 2 immediately went to stop the heavenly daughter, while the other 3 rushed toward Zi-Chen. Seeing this, Zi-Chen could not help but sneer. He continued to rush forward. At this moment, the void beside the yin-yang seal distorted. Another figure belonging to Zi-Chen appeared. His spiritual thoughts split into 2 and landed in the yin-yang seal. Hum! The 2 light balls trembled. Intense gold and silver light was released. However, this time, it did not turn into a light shield. Instead, it turned into 2 energy light pillars that appeared in the sky. The 2 light pillars, 1 gold and 1 silver, exuded a terrifying aura. They directly locked onto one of the 3 saints and wanted to kill him. Damn it! The 3 saints who were chasing stopped at the same time and looked up at the yin-yang light pillars. In their plan, this was the most threatening thing, so the 3 of them had to work together to resist it. At this moment, the 3 of them were focused on the seal attack and somewhat neglected Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen, who had been running away, suddenly turned back and looked at the 3 saints. "You're courting death." The 3 saints noticed this and sneered. Against a mere heaven realm cultivator, they could kill him with a thought. But in the next moment, their expressions changed. A long spear suddenly appeared in Zi-Chen's hand. The spear exuded a powerful saint aura. Is that a saint weapon? The cultivators in the distance all exclaimed when they saw the scene. No, it's a forbidden weapon. Someone recognized it and looked very shocked. It was really unexpected to be able to take out a forbidden weapon. Even a saint would have to face such an all-out attack head-on. Therefore, the 3 saints had no choice but to send one of them to face the spear. Zi-Chen's spiritual thoughts instantly landed on the spear. Then, without any hesitation, he directly unleashed the strongest attack of the forbidden weapon. This complete forbidden weapon was used by Zi-Chen for one use. The forbidden weapon shone brightly and released a powerful aura as it rushed toward one of the saints. In the sky, the 2 light pillars immediately fell and locked onto the previous saint. At this moment, the energy around the other saint surged, wanting to help the other saint block the seal attack. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill. Then he felt an aura locking onto him and a saint aura soaring into the sky. Zi-Chen used the saint power he had condensed, and his entire body emitted the aura of a saint. This not only caused even louder exclamations, but but also startled the saint. "Die for me!" With a roar, Zi-chun rushed forward and targeted the other saint. Faced with such an attack, the saint naturally couldn't ignore it. So he had to turn around and face Zi-chun, ignoring the seal attack. Boom! The three attacks almost fell at the same time. Zi-chun's fist heavily smashed onto the saint's defense. The golden energy kept shaking, and the saint's defense instantly shattered. His body flew backward. The spear's attack also collided with the second saint's attack. Then the power completely exploded, forming a terrifying energy that directly swept the saint's body. In the end, the yin and yang pillars of light descended and exploded on the third saint. This was set up by Wuji in the past, and its power was naturally beyond imagination. The two types of energy naturally exploded, forming an even stronger wave. Not only did it engulf that saint, it even extended outwards, engulfing the bodies of the other two saints. Between heaven and earth, there was only the sound of energy, trembling, and dazzling light. The wave kept spreading. Wherever the ripples passed, one building after another collapsed. Fortunately, the others saw that the situation was not good and had already retreated far away. Otherwise, facing such an energy wave, they would definitely die. In the distance, the people who saw this scene were almost petrified. They never thought that they would see such a scene. The battle between the saint and saint actually began in an instant. Gunglan, who was charging forward, stopped and looked back. He saw the exploding energy wave and Zi-chun, who had retreated far away. His expression changed, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and rushed toward Xingqian. Compared to other things, obtaining a saint's body was the most important. Fei Lang and the other saint paused for a moment, but in the end, they did not turn back. It was not so easy to kill a saint, not to mention there were 3 saints there. Pum! In the violent energy, a figure flew out. It was the saint who was fighting Zi-chun. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. He looked at Zi-chun with cold eyes. He was almost unharmed. Zi-chun's attack could not do anything to him. Pum! Then the second saint flew out. He was the one who blocked the forbidden weapon. After he appeared, he could not help but cough up blood. He was injured, but it was not serious. He still had the strength to fight. Then the third figure flew out. After that figure appeared, he could not stabilize his body and directly crashed to the ground. Blood splattered along the way. It was Saint's blood. Every drop contained powerful energy. To others, it was almost a treasure. There was no doubt that the third saint had suffered a blow from the forbidden weapon alone and was seriously injured. His injuries were even more serious than Gunglan's. "Idiot, do you still want to come?" Zi-chun smiled coldly at the other two. "You're courting death." The saint, who was almost unharmed after taking Zi-chun's blow, immediately rushed toward Zi-chun. He knew Zi-chun's strength very well. He seemed to have the aura of a saint, but his attack was not strong. He could kill him alone. Faced with the pursuit of this saint, Zi-chun fled again. As for the lightly injured saint, he stayed behind to take care of his companion. As long as he could suppress his injuries for the time being, he still had the strength to fight. In the blink of an eye, Zi-chun and the saint were far away. But at that moment, 2 more pillars of light appeared where the forbidden weapon was. The power of these 2 pillars of light was not weaker than the previous attack. It was the yin-yang forbidden weapon. Chapter 2165. As long as the seal's energy didn't dissipate, it could attack endlessly. Therefore, no one had set a rule that the yin-yang seal could only attack once. Moreover, this was a seal set up by Wuji, and the one commanding it was Zi-chun, who had yin-yang energy. Therefore, the second attack wasn't any weaker than the first. If it hit the saint again, he would definitely lose the ability to fight even if he didn't die. He would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, the yin-yang seal had locked down the space. The saint couldn't even escape. Just as the saint was in despair, he saw a person standing beside him. He couldn't help but feel lucky that this person happened to be from the Gung family. If it was the Nico family, perhaps this person wouldn't have stepped forward so bravely. The saint crossed his arms in front of his chest. His saint force formed a defensive light barrier. Runes flashed on the surface of the barrier. Before the two attacks arrived, it protected the heavily injured saint and himself. Boom! The glaring beam of light fell and collided with the light barrier. Under this powerful attack, the light barrier kept distorting. The scattered energy waves became more and more intense. In the end, it completely exploded. There was a glaring light in everyone's sight. They couldn't see anything. Zichen kept running. His target was the treasure pavilion. He didn't stop at all and rushed in just like that. The saint stopped outside the treasure pavilion. He was puzzled. Clearly, he didn't understand why Zichen suddenly came here. Get ready to kill this idiot. At this moment, Zichen's disdainful voice sounded from the treasure pavilion. Whether it was intentional or not, and whether it was provocation or not, the saint from the Nico family was furious. He didn't believe that such a great saint like him couldn't kill a mere heaven realm cultivator. Therefore, he rushed into the treasure pavilion in a flash. At this moment, the treasure pavilion's door was closed and merged into one. Zichen was nowhere to be seen on the first and second floors. The saint went directly to the third floor. Seeing Zichen, who had nowhere to run, he said coldly, "Run. Aren't you very capable? Why aren't you running?" Zichen looked at the other party and called him an idiot again. Zhong Dian's figure appeared, and he bowed respectfully to Zichen. Zichen nodded and said, "I will leave this place to you. It's just a saint. There won't be any problems," Zhong Dian said confidently. This saint from the Nico family obviously didn't understand the conversation between the two. Just as he was about to attack, he saw Zichen sneer at him before his body turned into energy and disappeared into thin air. It turned out that this had always been his clone. Gunlan didn't care about the life or death of her companions. She directly rushed towards where Xingqian was. On the surface, it was to destroy the restriction, but in reality, she wanted to kill Xingqian and obtain his saint-level physical body. This was Gunlan's secret. He didn't tell anyone, not even Gung Yuanqin. Now that Zichen was not here, he did not have to face that mysterious scabbard, that somewhat threatening scabbard. When she approached, she saw Xingqian. At this moment, Xingqian was holding a long spear like a god of war. Corpses were falling all around, and no one dared to approach him. Behind Xingqian, the two light balls belonging to the yin and yang restriction had shattered. This restriction was completely useless. Unless Wuji returned, it would be useless in the future. Die. Without saying anything, Gunglan punched at Xingqian. In Xingqian's hand, the long spear landed on the opponent's attack. Then a strong force surged, and the long spear in Xingqian's hand instantly shattered. His entire body flew backward with the help of the force. As he flew backward, Xingqian smiled at Gunglan and said, "Your opponent is not me. Your opponent is me." At this moment, the void twisted and Zichen appeared beside Gunglan. He punched the opponent's side and directly sent Gunglan flying. Xingqian was already far away at this moment. Looking at where he was going, it seemed that he was going to where the two injured saints were. In another place, some false saints also left the battlefield and rushed toward the injured saints. Although the situation of this battle was somewhat different from what Zichen had expected, this did not prevent Zichen from immediately responding effectively. Zichen stopped in front of Gunglan. Without deliberately saying anything, Gunglan knew that if he wanted to get the saint-level body, he had to kill this guy in front of him. He stood up again, patted the dust off his body, looked at Zichen, and said coldly, "I haven't seen you for a few years. The trash that killed Luo Fei back then actually dares to stand in front of me." Zichen smiled faintly and said calmly, "If I'm trash, then what are you? Who even wants to steal trash as spoils of war? Gung Lan's face grew gloomier, and he said coldly, "What a sharp-tongued kid. Today, I'd like to see where your confidence comes from." Gung Lan's body began to glow, and the aura of a saint spread out, forming an invisible wave that scattered in all directions. The corpses around retreated under this wave, like a rolling river of blood. Zi Chen's body also lit up with golden light, the light of saint power. Gung Lan's cold expression gradually became serious. "You're still in the heaven realm, but you have saint power. This is saint power condensed from your body." His words were cold, and there was undisguised jealousy and envy in his eyes. "You trash, your energy didn't break through to the saint level, but your body broke through first." He rose into the air, and a shining ball of saint power gathered in front of him. It was the triple elemental destruction. A few years ago, Zi Chen still had to look up in the face of such an attack, but today he would personally experience the strength of this attack. Energy vibrated, and the first elemental destruction fell with a terrifying aura. Back then, Luo Fei had chosen to defend against this attack. The energy rippled, blowing Zi Chen's black hair. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. Golden light flashed, and the energy was violent. He used the momentum of man and soared to charge directly at the first elemental destruction. Boom! The golden fist hit the first elemental destruction with an unstoppable force, and at the same time, Zi Chen's speed did not decrease, and the shining fist arrived in front of Gung Lan. Bang! Gung Lan quickly punched out, and saint power surrounded his fist. After a tremor, both of them retreated. Zi Chen's expression was still calm, but Gung Lan's face was filled with unconcealable shock. In just a few years, Yi Futian had grown to the point where he could directly contend with him. The energy of the second yin-yang seal dissipated, and two figures appeared. Looking at the two figures, the surroundings were dead silent. They were two saints, real saints, but at this moment they had fallen to the ground, and their bodies were covered with wounds. On those wounds, there were remnants of yin-yang energy raging. They were already injured and severely injured. In their opinion, the battle that they thought would end easily had such an unforeseen event. The power of the yin-yang seal was beyond everyone's expectations. But all the variables had come to an end, because the Glory Clan could no longer bring out any other trump cards or means that could threaten the saints. "Thank you." The saint who was seriously injured earlier helped the saint beside him up and thanked him solemnly. "You and I have known each other for so many years. No need to be so polite." The saint smiled. In the end, they had blocked the strongest attack, and now it was time for the Glory Clan to be destroyed. In the eyes of the two, there was a cold, murderous intent. They had already made up their minds to end the battle quickly. At this moment, the sound of air breaking came. Xing Qin turned into a beam of light and arrived. He arrived 100 meters away from the two saints. The armor on his body shone brightly under the sunlight. The spear in his hand shone with a cold light. "Gung Wei, it seems that we haven't fought for so many years that many people have forgotten about us. Now, even a heaven realm dares to stand in front of us like this." The saint who was injured first said, his eyes turning colder. The saint named Gung Wei said coldly, "Then let the world see again that the dignity of a saint is inviolable. Even an injured saint is not someone a heaven realm expert can offend." At this moment, the sound of air breaking came again, and 8 more figures appeared. They were 8 false saints, all from the Life Star. After they appeared, they stood opposite of Xing Qin, nodding from afar, their eyes filled with coldness and determination. Xing Qin nodded in response, the light on his body becoming brighter. He didn't say anything, holding his spear and dashing forward. The sharp spear light directly pointed at the forehead of the first saint. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in the saint's eyes. He dashed forward, his right hand forming a claw, grabbing at Xing Chen's heart. This attack carried the intent of gouging out the heart. "You!" Geng Wei turned around, staring at the 8 false saints, and sneered. But before he finished speaking, the disdain on his face froze. 2 of the 8 people in front of him took out forbidden weapons. They were 2 talisman papers, surging with powerful saint power. After they appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Forbidden weapons again. And there were 2 of them. The 2 didn't hesitate, directly crushing the talisman papers. An ice storm appeared in the broken talisman papers, sweeping across as if they had come to a world of ice and snow. The ground was silvery white, and the wind and snow were howling. 2 fist prints appeared in the sky, one on the left and one on the right. The 2 fist prints rushed toward the horrified Geng Wei with the world of ice. A forbidden weapon was equivalent to a full blow of a saint. At this moment, the appearance of the 2 fists was no doubt equivalent to 2 saints attacking him together. If he was in his best condition, he might not be afraid, but now he was seriously injured, being attacked by 3 forbidden weapons in a row. Geng Wei had the urge to curse. The 2 fists approached in an instant, and a thick sense of death emerged. He didn't have time to curse and could only do his best to defend. Swoosh! Xing Chen's punch was dodged by the saint. The saint grinned, grabbing at Xing Chen's heart as if to pull it out. Chapter 2166. Xing Chen's eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. Even in the face of a life and death crisis, his eyes were still bright. His attack was easily dodged by the saint, but he could not avoid the saint's following attack. The gap between their realms was obvious at this moment. Poof! The saint's attack reached his chest in an instant, shattering the armor on the surface of his body, but did not penetrate his chest. The saint's physical body was constantly dispelling this power, but his defense was also constantly being broken. This claw print slowly moved towards Xing Chen's chest. This situation was beyond the saint's expectations, and there was an obvious look of surprise in the latter's eyes. The long spear in Xing Chen's hand turned into a short knife, shining with silver light. Xing Chen held the short knife in his hand and decisively stabbed towards the saint's forehead. Starlight flashed. This attack was very sharp. Clang! But when this attack landed on the saint's forehead, it was blocked by a ray of saint power, and the powerful force rolled back, causing Xing Chen's body to sway, and he could not help but take a step back. And this saint also took a step back. His hand was dripping with blood. It was the blood from Xing Chen's chest. His eyes were still filled with surprise. He did not understand why his opponent's physical body was so strong, and at the same time, there was a lingering fear. Fortunately, his opponent's attack was not strong. Otherwise, the sword just now would have cut open his head. After taking a step back and stabilizing himself, Xing Chen rushed forward again, still holding the short knife, and stabbed towards the saint's forehead. This time his speed was faster, and the saint could not dodge at all. Go to hell! This saint's heart was filled with hatred, and he also grabbed towards Xing Chen's chest. Both of their attacks were the same as before. Just like this, it was a desperate move, and both of them did not retreat to see who would be the first to lose. The people in the distance watched this scene in shock. Poof! There was already a bloody hole in Xing Chen's chest. Blood flowed out of the bloody hole, and a bright light shone. One could even see the beating heart in the bloody hole. The holy light on the saint's body also disappeared under Xing Chen's attack. He grinned at Xing Chen and said, "Your body is not bad. I want it. Now you have to die. It's you who deserves to die." Xing Chen gave up on the dagger in his hand and covered his chest with one hand to stop the blood from flowing out. However, it was useless. Blood flowed through the gaps between his fingers. Even with his saint-level physical body, he felt weak at this moment. The saint looked at Xing Chen, who had lost his means to fight back, and stepped forward with a sinister smile. At this moment, a sense of danger suddenly struck him. He raised his head to look at the sky and saw a sky full of Xingqian. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, so why were there so many Xingqian? Just as he was puzzled, a beam of sword light descended from the sky, whistling through the air as it headed straight for the saint. Ah! The holy power from before had already been destroyed. He did not have time to gather new holy power and could only let out a scream. Xingqian's sword came from the sky and pierced through his forehead. The pure holy power contained in the sword continued to wreak havoc in the saint's mind. This star power was very special. Not only could it destroy life, it could also prevent the life in the saint's soul from recovering. Buzz! The sword light sank into the ground, and a long crack appeared on the ground. A sword-shaped bloody hole appeared in the saint's forehead. One could even see the saint's soul in the bloody hole. It's over. A gust of holy power appeared in Xing Hun's left hand. As he spoke, the holy power entered the saint's mind and exploded, destroying his life. A severely injured saint died just like that. Blood dripped onto the ground and seeped into the ground from the ground. The entire tribe was dyed red with blood. The two forbidden weapons exploded. The icy energy formed by the explosion wreaked havoc in Geng Wei's body. Some even invaded his body and destroyed his life. But he was a saint. His life force was extremely strong. Even if he was attacked by the yin-yang seal and the 3 forbidden weapons, he still did not die. However, his life was already in danger. The instant his figure appeared, 8 powerful attacks landed on his body. These attacks were all from false saints. Usually, he could completely ignore them. But today, with such injuries, these 8 attacks were undoubtedly the last straw that broke the camel's back. They would completely take his life. In the violent energy, his life force was quickly disappearing. In his mind, his soul was curled up somewhere, hiding from the destructive storm. After an unknown amount of time, the storm completely disappeared, and he opened his eyes. He found that he was still alive, and to his disbelief, he was actually still alive. But before he could rejoice, he saw that the false saint who had taken out a forbidden weapon before took out another forbidden weapon. The aura from this forbidden weapon was not strong. Clearly, it had been used before. The false saint held the used forbidden weapon and said coldly, as expected of a saint, "Without pure saint force, it's very difficult to kill you. I believe that the saint force in here is enough to kill you." He let go of the forbidden weapon in his hand. It turned into a beam of light and pierced through the saint's forehead. The saint's soul inside was instantly annihilated. 3 complete forbidden artifacts, 1 yin-yang forbidden artifact, and 1 incomplete forbidden artifact had killed a true saint. No one could tell whether such a consumption and result was a gain or a loss. The 2 saints who were attacked by the forbidden weapons fell, just like that. There was not much time difference between them. 8 false saints rushed toward Xingqian and supported him. They looked very nervous. Of course, because of the incident with Genglan last time, they learned to be smart this time and did not forget to take away the 2 saints' bodies. In the distance, the cultivators who were watching the show were completely stunned. Deep horror appeared on their faces. 2 powerful saints had died, just like that. And these 2 were both from the Geng family. Losing 2 saints was a huge loss for the Geng family. How is this possible? Among the crowd, Mu Gang was shocked. Even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still could not believe what he saw. Not only were the 2 saints dead, but they were also killed by someone with a higher realm. From the beginning to the end, these 2 saints did not manage to use their strongest attack. It could be said that they died with grievances. How is this possible? Geng Yuanji was also in disbelief. He was standing outside with a confident and calm face. He was the overall commander of this battle. As long as this battle was over, his status in the family would definitely rise. However, this battle that was supposed to be a simple one had such an unforeseen event. The Gung family had lost 2 of the 3 saints who came this time. Such a blow caused Gung Yuanji's body to sway. He almost fell to the ground. This result was hard for him to accept, but he would not fall. As long as he was still alive, as long as this place was completely destroyed, he would be able to advance to a harmonious spirit master. This would allow the Gung family to have many saints in the future. Boom! At this moment, an energy vibration was heard. The 2 saints who were deep inside were suddenly thrown out. The 2 saints stabilized their bodies and stood in the air. Their eyes were filled with horror. A building exploded, sending rubble everywhere. A figure as bright as the sun walked out from the broken building. The rubble whistled, and dust filled the air. But when it was a few meters away from her, it would be shattered by the surging energy around her. She was dazzling. She was different from before. Her face was still as beautiful as before, but her expression was colder. She was no longer wearing the purple robe from before. Instead, she was wearing a tight golden robe. It was dazzling and eye-catching as if it was made of sunlight. She was like a proud fairy. She walked barefoot in the air step by step. She was dazzling, dazzling light. She was a saint, a true saint. The glorious family shall not be violated. Her beautiful eyes were cold. There was no expression on her beautiful face. Her words were also emotionless. Her cold gaze fell to the front. She reached out her hand and pointed at the saint from the Nico family. A golden light exploded in front of him, and the saint's body flew out without hesitation. The glorious royal family shall not be violated. She pointed at Phylong again. The blazing golden light exploded in front of him without warning. His body flew out. She easily sent 2 saints flying with 2 fingers. At this moment, Dazzling gave people the feeling that she was an invincible existence. The battle around them stopped. The surviving Glory family cultivators looked up at Dazzling, who had become a saint. They all cheered. Zichen, who was fighting Gunglan, was also surprised by Dazzling's change. But after seeing her, Zichen knew that she was not Dazzling. Or rather, she was not the Dazzling of the past. Is it a fusion? Zichen had encountered a similar situation before. For example, Ling Shuang used to be a mute girl. After their souls fused, she became Ling Shuang. Even if she was a mute girl, she was still Ling Shuang. At this moment, Dazzling, who had become a saint, gave Zichen the same feeling. It was as if Dazzling had fused with a certain soul and become the current Dazzling. Gung Lan retreated. Her face, which was already filled with grief because of the huge loss, was now filled with shock. The current Dazzling also gave him a feeling that he could not defeat her. It was as if Dazzling was invincible and could not be defeated. Only a Saint King can deal with this aura and this state. How can she be so strong? If she's really so strong, why did she give in earlier? Gung Lan's expression changed. She was shocked. Obviously, the situation before her was inexplicable. This is the aura. So she's also... The heavily injured Xing Qin leaned against a wall. He looked up at Dazzling, who had become the focus of attention. His expression became very complicated. There was also a tinge of pity in this complicated expression. Out of the 6 saints, 2 of them were dead. The whereabouts of the last one were unknown. But now, seeing such a powerful Dazzling, the saint from the Nico family had the urge to turn around and run. Even Phylong had the thought of retreating. But what about the saint who came with them? This power is illusory. She's not that strong. Use your full strength. Don't be scared. At this moment, Gung Lan's voice rang out. The moment her voice rang out, Phylong and the other saints were awakened. The 2 of them suddenly realized that they were not injured at all. Chapter 2167. The battle that was supposed to end continued because of Gung Lan's exclamation. The 2 saints sensed something was amiss and rushed forward again after exchanging glances. Brilliant's body flashed with a dazzling light like the sun. His expression was indifferent as he pointed his finger. A golden light exploded in front of the two of them. Inside that golden light, a powerful force emerged, and the two of them were sent flying again. The attack was sudden and impossible to guard against. But the two knew that although it was powerful, it wasn't fatal. They weren't even injured, so they rushed forward again. As they moved forward, the two's figures changed. Powerful saint auras burst out, and heavenly path techniques were displayed. Seeing this, Gunglon heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He didn't know how many years it had been since he was last frightened to this extent. In fact, how could he tell that Brilliant was bluffing? The reason why he roared just now was because he was unwilling to let the two from the Nico family retreat. After all, they had suffered too many losses in this battle. They had lost as many as 2 saints. If the two left, they would definitely lose this time, and the result would be the decline of the Gung family. He didn't expect that his roar would come true. As long as the Brilliant family could be destroyed today, the previous losses would be recovered, and the Gung family would reach an unprecedented height. Xing Chen had killed a saint and was now heavily injured. His battle prowess was greatly reduced, and he could not fight. In the treasure pavilion, the outcome of Zhong Jian and the Nico family's saint was unknown. Even if Zhong Jian killed the Nico family's saint, the other saints wouldn't be fooled again. According to Brilliant's current situation, it was obvious that he couldn't win in a 1 versus 2 battle. Without the forbidden weapon, those false saints couldn't threaten the saints. They could only kill the others from the 2 tribes. The only way to turn the situation around was with Ziqin. For the same reason, Fei Lang and that saint couldn't kill Brilliant quickly. Therefore, the only way to turn the situation around was with Gunglon. The final outcome of this battle would be decided by the battle between the two. Everyone understood this principle. Thus, the gazes of the cultivators in the distance all fell onto Zi Chen and Gunglon, a heaven realm cultivator and a saint. Life and death would determine the outcome of this battle. Come, let's see who lives and who dies. Gunglon said coldly. 3 balls of light appeared above her head. They spun and absorbed the saint power in Gunglon's body, emitting a powerful aura. Around Zi Chen's body, 2 types of golden light were emitted from within. At this moment, the 2 of them no longer held back. Gunglon wanted to use the 3rd Yuan annihilation. Moreover, he wanted to use the 3rd Yuan annihilation with his full strength. When he wasn't using his full strength, he could seriously injure Luo Fei. Now that he was using his full strength, he could easily kill Luo Fei. Ziqin, on the other hand, used the Yin-Yang Thunder Lotus, which was his most powerful energy attack. Back then, he had even killed Luo Fei. The tri-elemental energy gathered and rotated in the sky, releasing a terrifying aura. The left side of Zi Chen's body turned golden, and a ball of golden energy appeared above his left hand. This golden energy was scorching hot, and there were streaks of lightning revolving around his body. The right side of his body turned silver, and a ball of silver energy appeared above his right hand. This energy was extremely cold, and there were also streaks of lightning revolving around its body. These 2 completely opposite energies appeared on Zi Chen's body, and, as expected, it caused waves of exclamations. My left hand is Yang, and my right hand is Yin. Yang and Yin are compatible. Ziqin took a step forward, his whole body shining with gold and silver light. His eyes also shone with gold and silver light. His left eye flashed with gold light, hot and violent, while his right eye flashed with silver light, full of cold, murderous intent. He stared at Gunglon with a cold expression. His hands began to close together, and the Yin and Yang energies repelled each other, forming terrifying ripples that spread out. Yin-Yang Thunder Lotus appear. Under everyone's gaze, the 2 energies entangled together. They first went out of control and went berserk, and the fluctuations were filled with a destructive aura. Just this aura alone was enough to kill an ordinary Heavenly Realm expert. But soon, the Berserk aura disappeared. The two energies were completely compatible, and then they kept changing and finally turned into a lotus that emitted gold and silver light. A person emitting gold and silver light had a gold and silver lotus in front of him. This scene looked very strange. Seeing this yin-yang thunder lotus, Gunglan's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Back then, he had seen this thunder lotus with his own eyes, and it had killed Luo Fei, who was in a berserk state. And today, this thunder lotus was even more powerful than the one that had killed Luo Fei. Gunglan's perception wasn't wrong. This attack had indeed become stronger because Ziqin was here. After seeing Wuji's energy, it had caused some changes to his own energy and had become stronger and more berserk. Triple elemental destruction. A sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. Gunglan shouted, and the triple elemental destruction above his head fell from the sky, smashing fiercely towards Ziqin's head. Swoosh! Ziqin's gaze was cold. With a thought, the yin-yang thunder lotus soared into the sky and went straight for the triple elemental destruction. Under this kind of confrontation, the surrounding battle stopped. Everyone turned their heads and stared at the two people who might win in the next moment. The cultivators in the distance widened their eyes as they stared at the side. Today, they saw a battle that hadn't been so tragic in tens of thousands of years. The two energies collided, but they didn't immediately explode. Instead, they were in a stalemate. The triple elemental destruction rotated, releasing a destructive aura, and this aura was quickly dissolved by the yin-yang thunder lotus. The two energies were in a stalemate, and it seemed that they were evenly matched. How is this possible? Gunglan, who saw the scene, had a look of disbelief on his face. Ziqin was only a Heaven Realm cultivator. No matter how strong he was, the Heavenly Way power couldn't compete with the power of a saint. Oh my God, is he still human? The Heaven Realm Heavenly Way technique actually blocked Saint Gunglan's Heavenly Way technique, and it's the strongest triple elemental destruction. In the distance, exclamations could be heard. Everyone was shocked. Gun Yuanhua's face also showed deep shock. If he was a top genius among the spirit devourers, then Ziqin, who could fight with Gunglan, was a top genius among energy. After all, Gunglan wasn't an ordinary saint. He was a senior saint who had been on the path of a saint for a long time. Although there was still a long way to go before he became a Saint King, he was definitely not someone an ordinary saint could compare to. However, Ziqin's attack wasn't weaker than Gunglan's. Boom! The two stalemate energies finally exploded. The violent yin-yang energy occupied half of the sky and collided with the triple elemental destruction energy, destroying each other. In the midst of this, the sound of the collision was like a series of explosions. An indescribable destructive wave spread from the battlefield and spread in all directions. Wherever the energy passed, the bodies of the dead cultivators turned into dust and disappeared. The originally towering buildings also disappeared like illusions. The huge building area turned into a flat plain in an instant. 1/3 of the Glory Clan's area disappeared as a result. The energy vibrated, and Gunglan coughed out blood and flew backward. His eyes were filled with shock. Ziqin was also retreating to dissolve the destructive energy. His strong body supported Ziqin, but blood still flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The blood emitted a brilliant golden light and fell to the ground like a golden pearl. The exchange of blows between the two of them was actually evenly matched. This caused everyone present to be extremely shocked. The battle had stopped. Everyone was watching the battle between Ziqin and Gunglan. Even the battle on the Glory Clan's side had stopped. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ziqin, whose face was slightly pale, smiled coldly at Gunglan. The heavenly thunder wings stretched out on his back, and his body shone with golden light. Under the powerful saint aura, He rushed toward Gunglon. Extreme speed, extreme speed. Bang! Gunglon didn't have time to react. He was punched in the chest by Zichin. Fortunately, the Saint Power defense appeared in time. Gunglon flew backward, but he wasn't injured. Go to hell! Being sent flying like this, Gunglon's expression became distorted. He roared angrily and charged toward Zichin. In the sky, the two of them continued to attack, and powerful energy waves spread out. Relying on his body that had nurtured the Saint Power, Zichin could withstand Gunglon's attacks and even gain the upper hand. Bang! 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 The sound of various energy clashes rang out. Zichin attacked Gunglon again and again. In the continuous collision, Gunglon's body staggered and his body subconsciously retreated. Now, Zichin's eyes flashed. He appeared beside Gunglon in an instant and punched out. A very clever force made Gunglon's body stagger again, and then a force entered his body. Close combat technique. At this moment, Zichin was barely able to perform it, but it was extremely strenuous. The saint energy that he had gathered in his body was rapidly depleting, and when the saint energy was completely depleted, Zichin would lose the ability to challenge Gunglon. He had to finish off Gunglon completely before the saint power dissipated. But was that possible? At this moment, many people could see Zichin's current state. They knew that his powerful combat strength could not be maintained for long. Now, it seemed that he was taking the initiative, but he did not hurt Gunglon at all. He could not even break through Gunglon's defense. However, Gunglon was not in a good state at the moment. Under Zichin's continuous attacks, his body was completely out of control. His defense was also dissipating bit by bit, and there was a time when it would be broken. However, looking at Zichin's increasingly pale face, Gunglon was still confident that he could kill Zichin in the end. He believed that he would be the winner in the end. Of course, he did not forget that Zichin had not used his saber yet. That saber was a little mysterious and dangerous, so he had been waiting. Pung! With the last attack, Gunglon's defense was broken. His body retreated backward. At the same time, the energy that had penetrated his defense and seeped into his body completely exploded at this moment. Gunglon lost control of his body and coughed up blood. His eyes were full of anger. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Zichin's eyes. The scabbard instantly appeared in his hand, and then he pulled out the saber in an instant. Swoosh! Chapter 2168. He unsheathed his saber, and a golden saber light appeared. This was Zichin's last attack with his saint power. In addition to the power of the drawing technique, the entire golden saber light also contained Zichin's saint power. The saber light cut through the void and moved forward in a straight line. The light continued to expand like a waterfall. The saber light was very bright, but it was not as dazzling as the energy. It even looked gentle. Gunglon had long known that Zichin had this move. He had seen it with his own eyes and had been scared away by this strange thing. He had always been vigilant and had been holding back. In other words, he had been waiting for Zichin to use this move. Zichin had finally used it when he had lost his defense and the energy in his body had gone out of control. It had to be said that the timing was very accurate and the saber was also very timely. If one was unprepared, no saint would be able to block this saber. But now, for Gunglon, who was prepared, this saber was still very strong and could not be blocked. The moment he saw the saber light, Gunglon's pupils suddenly shrank, and a strong fear appeared in his heart. He saw the saber light and wanted to defend, but he found that his movements could not catch up with the speed of the saber light. In his eyes, this saber light was the same whether he was prepared or not, because there was no way to dodge it. It was hard for him to imagine that there was such an unavoidable saber light in the world. Now, Gunglon could finally understand why Luo Fei could not dodge this saber light back then. Now it was his turn. Even if he had expected it, he could not dodge it either. Since he could not dodge it, he could only defend. The shining saber light swept past Gung Lan's body and continued to spread hundreds of meters back before dissipating. Gung Lan's expression froze. He stared at Zi-Chun with disbelief in his eyes. He had expected this saber light and had been waiting and preparing, but he did not expect that he could not dodge it at all. The surroundings were silent. It was dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the scene, not knowing the specific outcome. Could it be that Saint Gung Lan was killed by a Heaven Realm cultivator? Impossible. Gung Yuanyan did not believe that a powerful saint could be killed like this, and by a single slash, even though Zi-Chen's slash looked extraordinary. On the other side, Fei and the saint from the Nico family also did not believe that Gung Lan would die just like that. Zi-Chen also didn't believe that Gung Lan would die. He stared at Gung Lan, and a cold smile appeared on his indifferent face. He said indifferently, "Acting in front of me is meaningless." There was a glimmer of light in Gung Lan's frozen expression. His eyes regained their luster, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He said to Zi-Chen, "You buzz." However, as soon as he said that, he saw a golden light appear beside Zi-Chen. This golden light was a blade that had shrunk many times. The surface of its body was completely covered by saint power, like a saint blade. As the light trembled, the sacred blade shot towards Gung Lan at an even faster speed. Zi-Chen said sarcastically, "Don't think that I don't know that your soul has suffered great damage. You still want to hide it in front of me. You're simply ignorant." The sword spirit swept through Gung Lan's glabella, and the saint power that belonged to Zi-Chen exploded in her mind. Her soul, which was already severely injured, let out a shrill scream, and then disappeared in the midst of the scream. Gung Lan's vitality disappeared. The saint power flowing on the surface of his body converged. A line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and then spread down. His body was split in two and fell to the ground. Saints were indeed very powerful, but Zi-Chen's methods were endless. The slash just now had dealt a fatal blow to Gung Lan. If Zi-Chen's perfect spiritual sense was not paying attention to all of this, he would definitely think that Gung Lan had died and that Gung Lan would have faked his death to give him a fatal blow. Unfortunately, with the lesson of Gung Lan hiding last time, Zi-Chen would not make the same mistake again. The sword spirit that appeared gathered the saint power that Zi-Chen had just recovered and killed Gung Lan. Gung Lan's body fell to the ground with a loud thud. The surroundings were still quiet. Everyone seemed to be petrified as they stared blankly at the scene. A Heaven Realm cultivator had killed a saint. The one he killed was a senior saint, not an injured one like Luo Fei. Gung Yuanyan's face was completely pale. He just wanted to fight for his own destiny. Before he came, he and his family had gone through many deductions and were very sure that the Glory clan would be destroyed this time. Fortunately, they paid a price and asked the Nico family to come along for the sake of insurance. But the result was that all three saints in their family were killed. This loss was the greatest loss the Gung family had suffered after the last battle. Under such circumstances, their position as the overlord force would be shaken. How could this be? Looking at Gung Lan's body, Gung Yuanyan could not accept the scene before him. The Gung family disciples were also in complete despair. The surroundings were quiet. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Terrifying, truly terrifying. The three saints from the Gung family were killed, just like that. Mu Gang, who was at the periphery, showed great shock on his face. The expressions of the people around him were not much different from his. Out of the 6 saints, 3 were killed just like that. 1 was missing, and the other 2 were being held back by brilliant light. Zi-Chen's current state was very weak. In order to kill Gung Lan, he had used up too much of his energy. At this moment, his heart and the Rainbow Saint Tree were constantly replenishing the saint power that he had used up. As long as he was given some time, he would be full of energy, and would be able to kill another saint very soon. Forcefully suppressing the shock in his heart, Fei Lang and the remaining saint looked at each other and saw great fear in each other's eyes. At this moment, they were not afraid of Brilliant Light, but of Zichen. The latter had obviously not broken through to become a saint yet, but he already had such powerful combat strength. Once he broke through, wouldn't he be able to challenge several saints? If they left him alive, he would definitely become a huge threat. Therefore, the two of them did not hesitate to charge at Zichen. During this time, Brilliant Light's reaction was a little slow and did not stop the two of them. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two of them charged forward. Their target was Zichen. They wanted to kill Zichen while he was weak. Seeing the two of them charging at him, Zichen's body that had just recovered some saint power began to surge. Then he held the scabbard in his left hand in front of his chest and placed his right hand on the hilt of the scabbard. A powerful aura was released. The two of them felt Zichen's powerful aura and were slightly startled. They slowed down a little, but it was only for a moment, and the two of them sped up again. But at this moment, a mournful scream suddenly came from a lonely building. The moment they heard the scream, the two of them stopped and looked back. In front of them, somewhere in the plains, there was a 3-story castle. All the buildings around it had been destroyed in the battle just now, but the castle was still there. On the castle, there were 3 large words written on it: Treasure Vault. It looked like the treasure vault of the Glory Clan. A blood-curdling scream reverberated in the air. Many people did not know who had let out that scream, but the 2 saints from the Nico family knew very well that the person who had screamed was their companion, the saint who had mysteriously disappeared earlier. They did not know why he had entered the treasure vault. Now that the scream had disappeared, it seemed that he had been killed. The closed door of the castle opened, and Zhong Jian appeared at the door. He looked at the 2 saints coldly. In his hand there was a corpse. It was the corpse of the saint. Another saint had died, and there were only 2 left. The 2 of them met Zhong Dian's gaze, and their hearts trembled in fear. They had the urge to run, but for some reason, Zhong Jian did not walk out of the treasure vault. Instead, he stood beside the open door and looked at the 2 of them coldly. Swoosh! During this delay, Brilliant Light came to Zichen's side. The 2 saints were obviously shocked by Zhong Dian's appearance and did not have time to pay attention to Zichen. The 2 of them trembled in fear and their expressions changed. But soon they looked at each other again, and there was some kind of fluctuation in their eyes. Go to hell! Perhaps they had guessed Zhong Dian's situation, but the 2 of them ignored Zhong Dian standing in front of the castle and rushed toward Zichen, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. Brilliant Light pointed her hand, and a golden light blocked the 2 of them. Zichen took advantage of the moment when the 2 of them attacked and began to retreat. He deliberately activated the effect of the rainbow sacred tree and the heart of God. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions gathered toward Zichen. At the same time, the spiritual chi was constantly converted into saint power when it came into contact with the rainbow sacred tree. The surroundings were quiet. The battle had long stopped. The survival of the tribe was completely dependent on this battle between the saints. Radiant slash. A cold shout came from Brilliant Light's mouth, and a large amount of golden light turned into a sharp blade of light in front of her. This sharp blade exuded the unique, blazing aura of the Glory tribe. Pum! Brilliant Light's attack collided with the saint's attack, and there was a violent explosion of energy. At the same time, the saint's body was sent flying. In the process, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and there was a look of shock on his face. Obviously, he was no match for Brilliant Light in a one-on-one battle. Fei Lang, on the other hand, rushed toward Zichen. His strength was on par with Gunglan's. Boom! A blast of energy exploded in front of Zichen, and the resulting shockwave blasted Zichen away. However, it did not hurt Zichen at all. During this time, Zi-Chen was constantly recovering his energy. Under extreme speed, Zi-Chen kept dodging, and Fei Lang seemed to be unable to do anything to him. Looking at such a battle, many people were worried. It was obvious that if Zi-Chen recovered his energy in the process of retreating, he could kill Fei Lang just like how he killed Ganglan. The other saint, who was greatly inferior to Brilliant Light, had already suffered some minor injuries. If this continued, the final victory would belong to the Glory clan. However, even the spectators could see such a situation. Why did the two saints not retreat? On the other side, Gung Yuanji stood in the sky. His pale face was full of resentment, and he also had no intention of retreating. Xing Chen was rapidly recovering from his injuries. All of his attention was on Gung Yuanji, preventing him from suddenly escaping. Chapter 2169. The three saints from Gung family were all dead. Gung Yuanmin's expression became ferocious and resentful. It was supposed to be an easy battle, but it turned out like this. If they couldn't eliminate the Yao clan, then the Gung family would be annihilated. He stood in the air with a ferocious expression, but at the same time he felt a little lost. He didn't know how to face his family. He felt a little regretful in his heart. If he didn't act so arrogantly and chose to work with the young master, he believed that all of this wouldn't be so complicated. Of course, the benefits he would get would be greatly reduced if he did that. But now it was too late. There was no use in regretting it. When the two saints' qi appeared in the sky, Gung Yuanmin finally put away his remorse and a cold smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, it was in time. Two saints' qi appeared in the sky. They were from two great families. After seeing two saints dead and one missing, Gung Yuanmin knew that the situation was not good. He issued an emergency summon, not only the saint from Gung family, but also the two saints from Nico family. But looking at the situation, only one of the two saints from Nico family came. The other one was still alive. However, these two saints could also turn the situation around. Victory was in sight. Exclamations continued to rise. The people who were originally confused finally understood why the other party didn't retreat. It turned out that they were waiting for reinforcements. The other party came just in time. Judging from their qi, they were a little weak. It was obvious that they used some kind of secret technique to arrive in time. There was a gap between their combat strength and their peak, but it should be enough to deal with the current situation. The two of them turned into streamers and arrived. When they saw that there were only two saints left in the battlefield, their faces became very ugly. The saint from Gung family asked Gung Yuanmin, "Where are Ganglan and the others?" "They are all dead. Now that we kill the two of them, we can win," Gung Yuanmin said coldly. At this moment, the victory was in sight. He would become a harmonious spirit master later. The price of losing 3 saints was still bearable. The Gung clan saint was stunned when he heard this. He glanced coldly at Gung Yuanmin and then rushed toward the battlefield. Obviously, he knew that now was not the time to settle the score. The expression of the saint from the Nico family changed, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have other thoughts in his mind, but in the end he couldn't do anything shocking, so he followed them. The support of the two saints made Zi-Chen extremely surprised. According to the current development of the situation, they would definitely be able to win and completely hurt the two great families. However, the arrival of the two saints left Zi-Chen with no other choice. Brilliant took a step forward and unleashed another powerful attack, causing the saint to fly backwards. But that was all she could do. With the arrival of the two saints, Brilliant could no longer do anything to them. "You two deal with him. I'll go support Fei." The injured saint turned around and said to the two of them. Then he abandoned the brilliant light and charged toward Zi-Chen. The sudden change of the situation caught everyone off guard. Xing Chen and the others were stunned, not knowing what to do. With their current strength, they could deal with 2 or even 3 saints. However, it was impossible for them to deal with 4 saints. Zichen, who was constantly retreating, could no longer move freely in the face of the attacks from the 2 saints. His expression became solemn. He knew that there was no chance of winning this battle, so he could only choose to retreat. Senior, take all of them away. Zichen transmitted his spiritual thoughts to the cauldron spirit. At this point, he could only try his best to save the others. The cauldron of myriad origin, which had disappeared, reappeared in the void and released rays of light that fell on the former slaves. These people knew what was going on. Without any hesitation, they disappeared in the rays of light and entered the cauldron. Fortunately, the massacre had come to an end. The cultivators of the 2 great families had suffered a crushing defeat. Those who were still alive had gathered together and no longer attempted to resist. Without the massacre, it was easy to take the cauldron into the cauldron. When the 4 saints saw this scene, they obviously had no way to stop it. Gung Yuanmin wanted to stop them, but after thinking for a moment, he decided against it. As long as the saints killed Zichen and seriously injured Brilliant, everyone here would die. As the cauldron of myriad origin flew, all the ferocious demons that seemed to have walked out of hell disappeared in its wake. Those from the Glory clan remained where they were, looking at the cauldron with hopeful eyes. They could see the situation of the battle and knew that the Glory clan was doomed. These people wanted to retreat, but unfortunately the cauldron did not seem to have any intention of taking them away. Here. Damn it, get back here. Some of the Glory clan members shouted at the cauldron of myriad origin and chased after it. Zichen, I don't know why, but I can't take these people in. Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded in Zichen's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Zichen was constantly retreating while being besieged by 2 saints. At the same time, sacred energy flashed on the surface of his body, neutralizing wave after wave of energy. After hearing Cauldron Spirit's voice transmission, Zichen replied, "Don't bother if you can't take them away." More and more slaves were taken away, leaving behind the Glory clan members. Not knowing what was going on, they began cursing and swearing. Their eyes were filled with despair. This damned place was like a graveyard that had trapped them here. At this moment, that damned bloodline curse was preventing them from escaping. Many of them were filled with hatred and resentment. Their resentment was directed at Wuji. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't be alive today. Faced with the threat of death, it was inevitable that they would be filled with negative emotions. They didn't think about how many years of freedom Wuji had brought them. They only thought about how the damned bloodline was preventing them from escaping. They also didn't consider that even if they could escape from this place, if Zichen and Brilliant were to die, they wouldn't be able to survive either. The star path was vast and boundless. However, it was undoubtedly very difficult to find a place where the Glory clan could survive. It could be said that they who had no experience in survival would undoubtedly die if they left this place. I'm not going in. The light fell on Xingchen. Xingchen resisted the suction force and had no intention of entering. At this moment, his injuries were nearly 70% healed. However, he still didn't have the strength to fight a saint. Like Gung Yuanji, he stood at a distance and chose to observe the battle. Poof! Zichen, who was retreating, was struck by Fei's attack. His body was sent flying. Golden blood splattered everywhere as he was sent flying. He simply didn't have the strength to fight 2 saints at this moment. As for escaping, the auras of the 2 saints had already locked onto him. There was no way he could escape. In the face of 2 saints, Zichen's energy supply obviously couldn't keep up with the consumption. His injuries gradually worsened. You're quite tenacious. Fei smiled coldly at Zichen. Then he raised one hand to the sky. A ball of energy appeared in his palm. The energy of heaven and earth from all directions frantically gathered towards the ball of light. For a moment, the surrounding space began to distort crazily. The battle is over. Seeing this, the other saint did the same. It was the heavenly path technique of the Nico clan. It was very powerful. The two balls of light caused the void to distort. They contained violent energy. As the two raised their hands, the balls of light flew towards Zichin. The space around Zichin also began to distort. The two auras locked onto Zichin tightly. This made it impossible for Zichin to escape. The ball of light arrived in front of Zichin and exploded. The surrounding space instantly shattered. The terrifying energy swept and spread. The world fell silent. Only the ball of destructive energy emitted a blinding light. Everyone's gazes fell on the exploding energy light. Their expressions became very complicated. Zichin was in the midst of the destructive energy. Could he withstand such an attack? Was he dead? This scene happened too quickly and too suddenly. Before anyone could react, Zichin was already drowned in the violent energy. Xingchen's face was full of worry. Even if he knew that Zichin was extraordinary, facing the joint attack of two saints, even if his physical body could withstand it, his soul would be destroyed. This was also why Xingchen was unable to face a saint head-on, even though he had a saint-level physical body. Saints couldn't destroy his physical body, but they could destroy his soul. Brilliant turned around. When he saw the berserk energy, his beautiful face was drained of all color. Boom! In a moment of distraction, the attack of the saints landed. Brilliant coughed up blood and flew backwards. The people in the distance, as well as the despairing Glory clan members, all stared blankly at the violent energy. They waited for the energy to dissipate. There was a faint hope in their hearts, as if they were waiting for an impossible miracle to happen. The two saints neared. In their opinion, this little heaven realm cultivator would definitely die in the face of such an attack. However, very soon, the expressions on their faces froze. They saw that within the gradually dissipating berserk energy, a light screen had appeared. Within the light screen, Zichin was holding a white bead in his hand as he stood there unscathed. The energy, raging in all directions, was neutralized by the light shield. It couldn't hurt Zichin at all. Seeing this scene, the two saints were stunned. They never thought that the other party could withstand the attacks of two saints unscathed, and that bead seemed to be extraordinary. The white bead was part of the shield. It had an extremely strong defense. Holding the white bead, Zichin propped up his defense. He glanced at the two saints and quickly rushed towards Brilliant. When he reached Brilliant, the bead shone brightly. The defensive light shield expanded and protected Brilliant. Then, Zichin retreated again. At this moment, the despairing Glory clan members were behind the two saints, and in front of them were the four saints. Chapter 2170. Boom! The four saints caught up, and one attack after another landed on the light shield. The light shield began to tremble, constantly dispelling the destructive energy. Zichen's face was a little pale. Maintaining the bead and blocking the attacks of the four saints consumed too much energy. Brilliant's fair hand rested on the back of Zichen's hand, and pure energy was channeled into the white bead. The violent energy continued to fall on the light shield, and the entire light shield began to distort from trembling. This was caused by the defense reaching its limit. Being able to hold on for so long in the face of the four saints' attacks, it was obvious that the white bead was a treasure. The eyes of the four saints were bright and greedy. They had made up their minds to snatch the bead as soon as the light shield was broken. This was a real crisis. Facing such an existence, there was no way to break out. At this moment, Zichin had no other choice. It seemed that he could only wait for death to come. Behind him and Brilliant, the people of the Yao clan were in despair. "I'm sorry I got you into this." Brilliant's long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes were full of regret. "I'll use all my strength to attack later. Take the opportunity to take the others away." There's only hope if you live. This seemed to be the best outcome. It was also the only chance of survival. The light of the saint power illuminated the expressions of the four saints. As the powerful attacks fell, the light shield formed by the white bead would shatter at any time. Brilliant released an unusually strong aura around her. She was prepared to sacrifice herself so that Zichen could live. Zichen was in a dilemma. He, who was decisive and ruthless in the eyes of others, did not know what to do now. At this moment, a roar that shook the entire planet suddenly resounded through the heavens and earth. Ah! This was a roar as well as a shout, one that carried extreme anger. This voice sounded very abrupt, but it was also very terrifying. The entire earth began to shake violently, and above the vault of heaven, space began to distort. A rumbling sound resounded between heaven and earth. There was a strong vibration in this sound, and even Zichen's ears were buzzing. Xing Chen staggered, and Gung Yuanchen fell down, bleeding from his 7 orifices. The outsiders who were watching the battle from afar also fell down one by one, howling in pain and rolling on the ground. Most of them had blood flowing out of their orifices, while some had their life force directly extinguished. This was the effect of a single roar, but the cultivators from the Glory clan behind Zichen didn't react in the slightest. Even the faces of the saints paled, but they looked around in confusion, as though the scene in front of them was an act. How could this be? This sudden roar caused the expressions of the 4 saints to change drastically. Their expressions became extremely nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy, and they looked around. At this moment, in the sky, the wind and clouds were moving, and space was constantly distorting. The wind swept, and sand and stones were flying. The earth rumbled, and the entire world was trembling, as if it was facing the end of the world. Zichen also didn't know what was going on. Inside the light shield, he turned his head and looked around in confusion. This is the power of the bloodline. Brilliant closed his eyes and muttered to himself, as though he was sensing something. The battle broke out and the slaughter began. After that, in the eyes of the crowd, there was only the slaughter, and no one paid attention to other details. For example, why did the blood of the dead cultivators seep into the earth quickly after it fell to the ground? Well, this seemed to be normal, and there was nothing strange about it. However, after so many cultivators died, the blood that flowed out didn't even form a small blood pool, which seemed abnormal. Furthermore, no one realized that after all the Glory clan members died, their blood would disappear instantly after it fell to the ground, as though it was absorbed by something. The Glory clan members were at a loss. The angry roar just now sounded very familiar to them, as though it was the call of a loved one, and it made them feel very warm. However, the others were seriously injured because of it. They didn't know why, and they didn't know what was going on. However, there were a few elders who survived, and they vaguely guessed what had happened. Elder May, who was covered in blood, cried out, "This is the power of the bloodline. Could it be related to our curse?" Those who knew about the Glory clan's existence all knew that they had a curse, but no one knew what the curse was. Even the elders of the Glory clan didn't know. They only knew that the curse was related to the bloodline, and it prevented them from taking a step out of this place. What's going on? The earth trembled more and more violently, and a violent aura appeared, as if some peerless evil had awoken from its slumber. The 4 saints turned to look, trying to find the source of the change, but the energy was completely chaotic at the moment, and they couldn't sense where the change was coming from. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the earth, and the ground cracked open, and a murderous aura surged out. When they sensed the murderous aura, the 4 saints' expressions changed, and they cried out, "It's below!" They rushed to the sky, forming a saint power defense on the surface of their bodies, and the energy in their bodies was mobilized, ready to react to the next anomaly. Boom! The earth suddenly exploded, and energy swept out wildly, and a glowing fist rushed to the sky, heading straight for the 4 saints. The four of them moved in a flash, trying to avoid this sudden punch. Pum! With a loud bang, the glowing fist landed on a saint, and the latter's defense was instantly destroyed. At the same time, the terrifying fist also destroyed the saint's body, and his soul was obliterated. The saint's body exploded, and even his saint crystal exploded. One punch, and there was nothing left of him. Such a scene scared the remaining 3 saints silly, and their faces were filled with horror. Gung Yuanji had just stood up, and after seeing this scene, he couldn't help but cough up blood, because the one who died was a saint from the Gung clan. This time, all 4 saints from the Gung clan were dead. Run! Facing this strange fist, the 3 saints from the Nico clan were all scared out of their wits. At this moment, the 3 of them no longer cared about the benefits that Gung Yuanji promised them, and they turned to run. If they didn't run now, they would only die more horribly. Compared to those benefits, their lives were more important. Die for this old man. At this moment, an ancient voice that seemed to have come from ancient times rang out. Then, the earth trembled as another fist appeared from the ground. After the fist appeared, it immediately chased after the saint. Pum! With another bang, the second saint was hit, and the fist aura exploded. This saint's body was still intact, but his soul was obliterated by the fist aura. The second saint died. Go! Seeing this scene, Fei Lang felt a chill, and his eyes were filled with horror. He coughed up blood, and the blood turned into a bloody light in front of him, protecting him. After that, his speed skyrocketed. The other saint obviously used the same method, and chose to use a secret technique to speed up his escape. Pum! Pum! The earth trembled as 2 more fists shot out, heading straight for the 2 saints. In the end, the fists arrived first, exploding on the 2 saints' bodies. Their defenses were instantly shattered, and they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood at the same time, falling to the ground. But as soon as they landed, the 2 rushed into the sky again and flew toward the horizon. They didn't die. This unforeseen event was beyond everyone's expectations. They were petrified and were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. For punches had killed and heavily injured 2 saints. What kind of strength was that? Not only were the spectators dumbfounded, but even the people of the Glory clan were dumbfounded. They didn't know that such a thing was hidden under their clan. It's master, it must be master. Elder May guessed the reason, and her face was full of gratitude and shame. It must be Wuji's arrangement, and because of this, they couldn't leave this place. But her people were full of resentment towards Wuji. Many of her people who were in despair guessed the reason now, and their expressions became unnatural. Guang Yao was also stunned. She also didn't know what was going on. Zi Qin put away the white pearl and looked in the direction of the 2 saints and said coldly, "We can't let these 2 guys escape." The 2 of them used a secret technique and were hit by the mysterious energy fist. They must be seriously injured, and this was an opportunity. Therefore, Zi Chun turned into a ray of light and chased after them without saying a word. A Heaven Realm expert was chasing after a saint. The crowd was in an uproar. Guang Yao stood there in a daze, but soon her bright eyes were filled with confusion. Then Zi Qin gradually became blurred in her sight, and her body fell backward. This time, she had been trying to fuse her soul, and now that she saw the dawn of victory, she couldn't hold on any more. "Heavenly Lady!" The people of the Glory clan exclaimed and rushed over. The slaves that were kept in the cauldron appeared again, and encircled the remaining cultivators of the 2 clans. Gung Yuanji was in complete despair. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. No matter what, he was a noble spirit devourer, and there was a high chance that he could become a harmonious spirit master. Once he returned to his clan, he would be protected. When he turned around and was about to escape, he suddenly saw Xingqian standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile, and said, "What are you going to do?" Xing Chen's body flashed with starlight, and Gung Yuanji was in complete despair. Goodbye. After chasing out of this world, Zi Chen met the first saint. Without saying a word, he gathered the recovered saint force in his body and unsheathed his blade. A flash of saber light appeared behind the saint and swept towards the other party. The blade light passed through, and the saint flew for a distance before falling down, and his body was split into two. Chapter 2171. The battle between the two aristocratic families against the Glory clan had ended. The final result was beyond everyone's expectations. Out of the 8 saints, 7 had actually fallen. In addition, the other false saints, half-saints, and heaven realm cultivators had all been wiped out. In the great turmoil back then, the two aristocratic families had suffered heavy losses. Many saints had fallen, and they had almost lost their position as overlords. After that, the two aristocratic families had kept a low profile and had become very stable. Not to mention that saints wouldn't participate in battles. Even false saints' deathmatch was almost impossible to see. This attack on the Glory clan was the first major operation of the two aristocratic families in many years. But who would have thought that the two aristocratic families would be defeated in such a tragic manner? Saint Fei Lang, who had luckily escaped in the end, was still being hunted down by a heaven realm cultivator. That's right, a heaven realm cultivator was hunting him down. Looking at the 4 huge holes in the Glory clan that led straight to the ground, many cultivators were amazed. Who would have thought that this clan had hidden such a terrifying method that could kill a saint? After those ferocious existences appeared again, the battle quickly ended. These people began to clean up the battlefield. During this time, they met the surprised and excited cultivators of the Glory clan. Their expressions turned cold, and they turned around to leave. The ugly side of these people when their lives were threatened made them feel disgusted. When Pell Crucible had first taken them in, they had clearly heard the cursing from not too far away. After surviving the disaster, these people of the Glory clan were very excited. They wanted to talk to these people and thank them for their help, but they didn't expect to be rebuffed. Even Xing Qin didn't like these people, so he stayed alone. As for Gung Yuanji, his strength had been sealed, so he hadn't been killed yet. Zi Chen had gone to chase after Fei Lang, leaving behind these ferocious existences, so the defense of this place hadn't weakened at all. Therefore, those who had watched the battle from afar immediately left after the battle ended. Such a big thing had happened here. It was likely that it would cause a sensation in this star field in the next few days. Damn it, Gung Yuanji, you've ruined my Nico clan. Fei Lang was fleeing in distress, his heart filled with regret at this moment. He regretted being so greedy and attacking the Yao clan for a trivial 2 pieces of St. Crystal. If he had chosen to retreat after Gung Lan's death, the Nico family would have only lost 1 saint. Although such a loss was not small, it was undoubtedly much less than what they had now. But now he had lost 3 saints, and his life was still in danger. The family behind him was relentlessly pursuing him. Faced with such a situation, he did not dare to look for the teleportation circle. He could only teleport and escape in the void. As he continued to flee, his injuries would only worsen. Damn it. He was furious that he was being chased by a Heaven Realm elite, and resentment appeared in Fei Lang's eyes. I'm injured, and he's also heavily injured. I believe that he won't be able to hold on for much longer. At that time, a cold-killing intent flashed across Fei's eyes. 2 days later, Fei Lang was in complete despair. The one following behind him had a very special physique. Not only was his injury not serious, he was even recovering faster and faster. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. In another 2 days, Fei Lang had used his secret technique twice, and his injuries had become even more serious. Now his heart was filled with fear. His only thought was to survive, and he no longer had any thoughts of killing Zichen. A planet appeared in his line of sight. Looking at this familiar planet, Fei Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. This was a planet controlled by the Nico family, and there were many Nico family elites guarding it. These people might not be able to stop Ziqin, but as long as they could delay him for a moment, he would be able to step into the teleportation circle and escape. Once he returned to his family, he believed that Ziqin would not dare to chase after him. Swoosh! Fei Lang's speed increased again, and he headed straight for the planet. On a planet called Manda, there was a trading ground. This trading ground was controlled by the Nico family. On this day, the aura of a saint suddenly emerged from the edge of the planet. Sensing this saint aura, the cultivators in this trading ground were all shocked. They all raised their heads and looked in the direction of the aura. A saint was a true elite on the star path, and it was almost impossible to see such an existence. With a respectful expression, they raised their heads and looked at the approaching saint, but when they saw the other party's appearance, they were all shocked. They saw that the saint in the sky was wearing tattered clothes, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His aura was also very weak, as if he had suffered a serious injury. Seeing this scene, the crowd also cried out in surprise. Obviously, they did not understand what was going on. People of the Nico family, come out. I, Fei Lang, order you in the name of the family's saint to quickly stop this person. The saint who came was Fei Lang. After he arrived on the planet, his voice spread out. Fei Lang, Nico Fei Lang. It's actually an elite from the Nico family. Is he being hunted down? What kind of existence dares to hunt down an elite from the Nico family? I'm not sure, but it should be a saint. Not necessarily. In the past few days, I heard a rumor that the Glory family suffered heavy losses when the two families attacked. Only one saint escaped, and he is being hunted down by a Heaven Realm elite. What? A Heaven Realm elite is chasing a saint? Is your brain squeezed by a door? As soon as Fei Lang's voice fell, there were some sounds of discussion around. Fei Lang pretended not to hear these voices. His body did not stop in midair, and his cold voice resounded through the world again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Light flashed, and one by one, the cultivators from the Nico family rushed into the sky from various places. They came to Fei Lang's side and bowed in unison. These people included false saints, half-saints, and Heaven Realm elites. Fei Lang did not say anything because Ziqin, who was chasing after the saint, had arrived. He also did not hide his aura at all. It was only the aura of a Heaven Realm elite, and it caused even more commotion. Heaven Realm, it's really a Heaven Realm elite. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? A Heaven Realm elite is chasing after a saint, and the saint is still running away. Cold, murderous intent flowed out of Ziqin's body. His aura was completely locked onto Fei Lang. At this moment, seeing the cultivators from the Nico family suddenly appear, he said coldly, "Even with them here, you can't escape. Kill him." Fei Lang gave the order to these people and continued to rush forward. His goal was the teleportation formation. Ziqin and Ling Kong rushed forward. Their entire being was like a streak of golden light. Kill! Shouts rang out all around as the cultivators from the Nico family rushed toward Ziqin. To be honest, they were very nervous at first, afraid that the person coming was a saint. They did not expect that he was just a Heaven Realm elite, and they relaxed a lot. Looking at these people rushing over, Ziqin did not stop at all. As he rushed forward, a sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. Swoosh! As he rushed forward, he unsheathed his saber. A bright saber light, like a waterfall, swept forward faster than Ziqin. Wherever the saber light passed, the cultivators' attacks were directly destroyed. The saber light's power did not diminish as it flew toward those horrified cultivators from the Nico family. After spreading out for hundreds of meters, the saber light disappeared, and all the attack energy in the sky dissipated. Those cultivators were all frozen in the sky, as if they were cast with a body freezing spell. Zichen turned into a beam of golden light and swept past them, bringing with him a hurricane. As the hurricane blew past, these people's bodies were separated. Blood spilled from the sky, and the corpses fell to the ground one by one. Seeing this scene, the cultivators who had been discussing spiritedly all widened their eyes, and there was deep disbelief in their eyes. That was a group of cultivators, and they could not stop a Heaven Realm elite. It was just one slash and they were all killed. Stop him! Hurry up and stop him! Fei Lang sensed everything behind him, and his face became even paler. Zichen's strength was completely beyond his expectations. He did not expect that so many people could not stop him. Hearing Fei Lang's words, those cultivators who came later but were frightened hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and rushed forward. For a family, a saint was far more important than a Heaven Realm elite. If they did not act today, they would also face destruction when they returned to their family in the future. Looking at these cultivators who were determined to rush forward, Zichen's face was expressionless. He just rushed forward and pulled out his saber. The saber light flashed like a waterfall in the sky. Wherever the saber light passed, a large number of cultivators died. This kind of strength was shocking. There was not a single sound in the entire trading ground. All the cultivators looked up at the sky as if they were petrified. Blood rained down, and corpses fell to the ground. There were also many cultivators from the Nico family who rushed forward. They were not afraid of death, and they rushed forward without any regard for their lives. Their purpose was to stop Zichen for a moment. Such a scene looked like a moth flying into a flame. They knew that they would die, but they still did it. It was very quiet between heaven and earth. Only the flickering of energy light, the falling of corpses, and the endless rain of blood. These people's purpose was to stop Zichen for a moment, just a moment. However, Zichen did not slow down at all. The saber light that appeared first could solve all the problems for him. Damn it, why is he so strong? Fei Lang cursed in his heart. At the same time, he also cursed the Gung family many times. This time he was really killed by the Gung family. At this moment, he was very close to the teleportation formation. If he was at his peak, he could reach it in an instant. However, he was seriously injured and needed 2 to 3 breaths of time. In this short period of time, many cultivators from the Nico family had died. It was as if this road was paved with corpses. Fei Lang did not care about these people's deaths. As long as he was alive, there would be more Heaven Realm cultivators in the family in the future. The teleportation formation was almost there. Under the will to live, Fei Lang's speed soared again. He was about to rush into the teleportation formation. It's over. At this moment, Zichen's cold voice came from behind. A holy aura spread out. Fei Lang heard the exclamations coming from all around. He felt that the world had become bright again. This time, the brightness was different from before. The whole sky was illuminated in gold. The golden light illuminated the world. At this moment, Fei Lang could not help but think of the golden saber light that swept past Gung Lan's body. P.S. Tonight is Christmas Eve. Although I don't know when this holiday became so important to the people of the country, I wish everyone a safe and happy Christmas Eve in advance. I haven't finished the 2 kilograms of apples I bought last month. They're not bad, just a little withered. I can eat them tonight. It is a good sign that I will be safe. On this auspicious day, I have been quiet for a month. I should at least add one more time, right? Add one more time in the morning. Chapter 2172. The golden light illuminated the world, illuminating all the shocked expressions of the cultivators on the ground. The pursuer, who was supposed to be a Heaven Realm cultivator, suddenly became a saint who emitted saint power waves. The saint power made people's hearts tremble, and the golden light around him was very dazzling. A shining golden blade light with strong saint power waves swept towards Saint Fei Lang. Containing Saint Power, the blade light was faster than before, instantly sweeping past Fei Lang's body. The blade light dissipated, but Fei Lang's body did not stop at all, continuing to charge forward. After charging forward for a distance, Fei Lang's body began to descend, landing on the teleportation formation. Is he leaving? Everyone widened their eyes, staring at Fei Lang, who had landed on the teleportation formation. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths quickly passed. Everyone held their breaths, but there was no energy fluctuation from the teleportation formation, and it was not activated. Fei Lang was still lying there, the light on his body dissipating, and his vitality dissipating. The light on Fei Lang's body quickly disappeared, and the flame of life extinguished. There was still dead silence, and no sound was heard. The atmosphere was very oppressive. Everyone knew that Fei Lang was dead. A powerful saint who could kill Heaven Realm cultivators had died in front of them. What was even more unbelievable was that he was killed by a Heaven Realm cultivator. Zichen descended, looking coldly at Fei Lang's body. With a wave of his sleeve, Fei Lang's body was taken away by him. Zichen turned around, his gaze sweeping past the cultivators' faces. He saw the awe and fear in their eyes. Some of the cultivators stood in the air, staring blankly at Zichen. They were all from the Nico family, and they had rushed over immediately after hearing Fei Lang's voice. Since you're not afraid of death, I'll fulfill your wish. His expression was still cold. Zichen took a step forward, immediately arriving in front of these cultivators. Under their terrified expressions, Zichen unsheathed his blade. The blade light flashed past, and these cultivators' bodies were separated from the middle, their vitality vanishing. At this moment, Zichen only knew how to kill. All the cultivators who rushed into the sky were his targets. Under the constant use of the sword-drawing technique, the scene was a complete massacre. Tell me, which shop belongs to the Nico family? The slaughter continued until there was not a single cultivator left in the sky. Chan coldly said to one of the outsider cultivators below. As soon as the outsider saw Zichen's cold eyes, his heart trembled, and he subconsciously pointed in a certain direction. It was a magnificent building with several floors. However, as Zichen looked at it, the surface of the building suddenly flashed with light. Then, a restriction appeared and protected the building. Seeing this, Zichen smiled coldly and instantly went outside the restriction. His saint aura spread, and he unsheathed his sword again. The golden saber light flashed through the restriction. Bang! The restrictive spell shattered, and exclamations came from inside the building. 1 strike, just 1 strike. Zichen did not hesitate to rush into the shop. After that, the people outside saw one after another, flashing blade after another. Occasionally, they would rush out from the building, accompanied by angry and frightened roars. After a while, the building returned to normal, and Zichen walked out of it. After he walked out, the entire building fell apart and completely collapsed. Is there a shop belonging to the Gung family here? After walking out of the building, Zichen looked back at one of the outsiders and asked indifferently. His cold expression was much more restrained, and he looked like he was asking a normal question. However, the outsider was even more frightened. His finger trembled as he pointed in a certain direction. Thank you. Zichen smiled faintly at the outsider, then walked toward the Gung family shop. Such a scene shocked everyone. He had just dealt with the Nico family, and now he was going to attack the Gung family. After entering the Gung family shop, the saber light continued to flash. At the same time, the angry roars and threats of the Gung family cultivators could be heard. Hearing these voices, the onlookers couldn't help but laugh. He dared to kill the Nico family saint. Why would he care about their threats? Such threats were undoubtedly laughable to the onlookers. Soon, Zichen walked out of the shop. The surroundings were still quiet. Everyone looked at Zichen in awe. They had already sensed Zi Chen's aura from the Life Star. Zi Chen, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped. He looked back at the cultivators and said, "Please help me pass a message to the two families. Although I killed 8 of your saints, this matter is not over." Although they knew how powerful Zi Chen was, when they heard Zi Chen's words, they couldn't control their emotions and exclaimed, "8 saints were killed. 8 saints." The two families only had 9 saints in total, and they had lost 8 of them. "I only took the saint power chip from these 2 shops. I didn't touch the rest. I'll give them all to you as a reward for passing the message." After that, Zi Chen turned and left. Zi Chen didn't take anything from the people he killed, except for the energy crystals of the false saints. After Zi Chen left, the place became chaotic. Robberies broke out, and the cultivators of the overlords hiding in the dark were hacked to death by the cultivators who went crazy for resources when they tried to stop them with dignity. Anyway, Zi Chen had killed too many people this time. It wouldn't be a problem to frame a few more people for him. On the way back, Zi Chen found that he was lost, so he had to ask for directions and take the teleportation formation back. On the way back, the news of the 2 overlords suffering heavy losses spread out. The death of 8 saints also caused a commotion in this area. The Nico family was better off. At least they still had 1 saint. However, the Gung family was in trouble this time. All 4 of their saints were killed. Without the presence of a saint, the Gung family's position as the overlord was somewhat unstable. When Zi Chen returned to the Yao family, it caused a commotion. Not only were the people of the Yao family excited, but even the former slaves were also excited. They had witnessed Zi Chen's strength with their own eyes. They were deeply honored to be able to follow such an existence. Moreover, they knew very well that in addition to Zi Chen's strength, he also had another identity, a harmonious spirit master. Among the cheering crowd, Huan Kai was a little disappointed. Because of his special identity, he didn't participate in this battle. He had been feeling bad about it. How was it? Xing Qin came over after hearing the news. He looked at Zi Chen and asked. Zi Chen nodded. "Impressive. You've killed 8 saints. I'm sure the 2 aristocratic families will be hopping mad this time." Xing Qin smiled. "What about Guang Yao? How is she?" Zi Chen asked. When he was chasing after the 2 saints, he saw Guang Yao fall with his spiritual sense. "I heard that there was a problem with the soul fusion. She hasn't woken up yet, but it's said that she's fine." Zi Chen nodded and continued to ask, "Have you investigated the situation here? What's the matter with that existence?" Xing Chen pointed at the ground and said, "It should be from the underground. Guang Yao hasn't woken up yet, and you haven't returned. They're just guessing and haven't gone down to investigate. It seems that they're waiting for you to come back and go down together. It's said that it's related to Wuji." Seeing that Zi Chen was deep in thought, Xing Chen said, "Don't be in a hurry to go down. I have an unexpected discovery here. Follow me." Zi Chen followed Xing Chen in confusion. When they arrived, he found out that the so-called unexpected discovery was actually news about Gung Yuanhua. "Tell me." Xing Chen looked at Gung Yuanhua and said with a smile. Gung Yuanhua looked at Xing Chen with a hint of fear in his eyes. He didn't know how Xing Chen had tortured him in the past few days. Gung Yuanhua's gaze fell on Zi Chen. His eyes flickered. After a while, his face showed a hint of coldness and said, "You'd better let me go." "Oh, tell me the reason." Zi Chen looked at Gung Yuanhua, who suddenly became tough. "Do you think that my purpose is just to get a heavenly lady?" Gung Yuanhua's cold expression had a hint of sarcasm. "The heavenly lady's appearance is indeed stunning, but it's not to the point that I would use any means to get her. Tell me your purpose." "My goal is to become a harmonious spirit master. How can a mere woman be a hindrance to me? Let me tell you, it's not that I like the heavenly lady. It's not that I want the heavenly lady. It's also not that I want to destroy the Yaoji clan. It's the Daofu clan that incited all of this. The Daofu clan. Zichen was startled. What? You don't even know about the Daofu clan? Gung Yuanhua looked at Zichen with disdain and said sarcastically, "That's one of the dominators of the Star Path. You don't even know this and still dare to come here. You're simply courting death." Pa! Zichen heavily slapped Gung Yuanhua's head and said, "Speak properly. Don't you know that the Daofu clan is strange? How strong can they be? Not only are they the overlord of the Star Path, they are also said to have the support of the God clan. How strong do you think they are?" Gung Yuanhua said coldly this matter was personally ordered by young Lord Hill of the Daofu clan. "If you know what's good for you, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, you will die miserably." Zichen was amused. This guy was about to die, but still dared to threaten him. "The God race, you've seen them before?" Zichen asked. When he was in the Jianwu continent, he already knew about the existence of the God race. Unfortunately, those people were all secretive about it, saying that he was not strong enough and did not tell him. Right now, he had a heart of God, so he was very curious about the God race. "How could I have seen the God clan? They are all high and mighty existences." The disdain in Gung Yuanchan's eyes deepened. "I've heard of the Daf family. They are indeed a terrifying power. How should I put it? Their position in the Star Road is similar to the Star Race's position in the Sky Martial Continent." Xing Qin frowned. So powerful. Zichen was very surprised. It had to be known that the Star Race was known as the King Race. They were the true peak power of the Martial Heaven Continent. If the Daofu family had such a position in the Star Path, then this matter was definitely unusual. P.S. Add more. Happy Christmas Eve. Chapter 2173. Looking at Zichen's changing expression, Gung Yuanpin was a little proud. He snorted and threatened. "Humph! Now you know how powerful the Daf family is. If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable. Perhaps even death is a luxury." Zichen looked at Gung Yuanpin and asked in a low voice, "Why is he targeting the Yao family? What's the reason?" "I don't know the specific reason, but I heard that it's because of that person back then." "Oh, that person should be your teacher." It's said that when your teacher went deep into the Star Path, he went directly to the Daf family and killed the closest person to young Master Hill. Your teacher's whereabouts are unknown now. No one knows whether he's dead or alive. He can't take revenge, so he can only destroy what your teacher once wanted to protect. "So you," Zichen interrupted Gung Yuanpin's threat again and said, "Where is he now? What's his current realm?" "He'll come at any time, so he's naturally a saint. In addition, he has other guards with him. These guards are all very powerful. Not only are there saint kings, but there are even supreme saints. When he comes to this star field and doesn't see me for a long time, the consequences will be very serious. If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly. When the time comes, I'll say a few good words in front of young Master Hill and let you go." Gung Yuanpin threatened again. Zichen curled his lips. Did this guy take him for a fool? The two sides were already at loggerheads. How could he let him go and say a few good words? Who was he kidding? Ignoring Gung Yuanpin's threats and shouts, Zichen turned and left. Xingqian followed. Zichen walked out with a solemn expression on his face. Xingqian glanced at Zichen and said, "Don't listen to him. That guy is talking nonsense. The Daf family is indeed very powerful, but it's impossible to have a supreme saint as a guard. Even a saint king is impossible, let alone a supreme saint. However, with the strength of the Daf family, they should have saint guards by their side." Gung Yuanchan wasn't stupid. He could tell that Zichen didn't know much about the Star Path, so he deliberately used these two experts to scare him. But what he didn't know was that in Xing Chen's memories, there were some fragments of the Star Ancestors' memories. Gung Yuanchan could fool Zichen, but he couldn't fool him. a supreme saint as a guard. In front of people who knew the industry, this was simply a laughingstock. Anyway, I'm afraid it's not safe for the Glory family to stay here. The thing underground should be related to their bloodline seal. Let's go and have a look later. If we can undo their bloodline curse, we'll take them with us, Zichen said in a low voice. The Universal Original Cauldron was big enough to take these people with it. Besides, Zichen's ultimate goal was to break through to the Saint Realm and then return to the Life Star. It shouldn't be a problem to take these people with him. It's better to go and have a look. Oh, right. What should we do with Gun Yuan Pin? Xingchen looked at Zichen. Kill him, Zichen said coldly. He's a spirit devourer. Even if he can't break through, he's still a top spirit devourer. It's a pity to kill him. Xingchen looked at Zichen in astonishment. This guy is a complete disaster. Leaving him alive will bring us a lot of trouble. His usefulness is not proportional to the trouble. Just kill him. Seeing Zichen's firm attitude, Xingchen nodded. After finding someone else to deal with Gung Yuanpin, the two went directly to the depths of the Glory family. Before going underground, they wanted to see the situation of Brilliant. Brilliant's residence was independent. It was a forbidden area in the Glory family. Outsiders couldn't set foot there. Because of Zichen's contribution to the Glory family, they made an exception and let the two enter. This was the symbol of the Glory family. There was nothing special about it, not even a restriction. After passing through the corridor of the hall, the two came to Brilliant's residence. A faint fragrance filled the room. Zichen and Xingchen walked in directly. Elder Mei and two female cultivators were taking care of Brilliant. When they saw the two come in, they immediately stood up. "How's Dazzling?" Zichen asked with concern. Elder Mei shook her head. There was a trace of worry between her eyebrows. "He hasn't woken up yet." At this moment, Brilliant was lying on the bed like a sleeping beauty. Her face was rosy, her eyes were picturesque, and her breathing was even. She looked like she was asleep. There were no injuries on her body, but she still hadn't woken up. It was very worrying. Did something happen to her soul? Zichen asked. It seems so. Elder Mei nodded at first, then shook her head. She didn't know. What kind of soul did she fuse with? Why did she suddenly enter the Saint Realm? Zichen asked again. Elder Mei shook her head again. You're the most powerful elder in the Glory family. She's the angel. How can you not know about her situation? Zichen asked. He felt that she was hiding something. This is the forbidden area of the Glory family. Apart from the angel, outsiders can't set foot here. Even the maids can't enter. All these years, we've only met in the meeting hall. The angel has always been in the heaven realm. We don't know why she suddenly entered the Saint Realm. Elder Mei explained in detail. Xingchen was silent. Zichen still didn't understand. Elder Mei told Zichen in detail about the angel. It turned out that Brilliant was appointed by the previous angel. Her origin had always been a mystery in the Glory family. Ever since the previous angel died, Brilliant had become the angel. What was worth mentioning was that the previous heavenly lady was a saint. Just as Zichen was wondering if Brilliant's condition had anything to do with the previous goddess, he saw Brilliant's long eyelashes tremble slightly. Then he opened his big bright eyes, and the room was instantly lit up. She's awake. Seeing Brilliant open her eyes, a few people immediately showed joy on their faces. They all went forward. How are you? Zichen came to the bedside and looked at Brilliant with concern. Brilliant slowly got up, pursed her red lips, and gently shook her head. It's nothing serious. It's just that the timing wasn't right. I'll be fine after more rest. Then you rest well. I'll go underground with Xingchen to check out the situation. Zichen pretended to leave. I'm fine. We can't go underground from the outside. I'll take you through the entrance. As she spoke, Brilliant got out of bed and her condition gradually improved. Clearly, Brilliant knew a little about the underground. Zichen asked, "Do you know what's underground?" "I don't know. The angel only told me that it was the source of the bloodline curse. As for what's there, I've never been there, so I don't know." After a simple grooming, Brilliant walked to a corner of the room and raised her hand to shoot out a beam of energy. Her energy was mixed with some saint power, but it wasn't strong. This should be the after effect of the previous fusion. As the beam of energy fell, the space here began to ripple. Then, the space distorted and formed a black hole. The moment the black hole appeared, Zichen's expression changed slightly. His heartbeat suddenly sped up. The two female cultivators stayed outside, while Zichen and the others walked toward the black hole. After passing through the black hole, Zichen saw a series of stone steps. The stone steps meandered and extended downwards. As they went deeper, Zichen's heartbeat became faster and faster. It was as if he sensed something that made him very nervous. However, Zichen clearly sensed that this nervousness came from the heart of the god and not from himself. Could there be something underground that's related to the heart of the god? Zichen couldn't help but guess as he recalled the first time he came here and the beating of the heart of the god. They quickly reached the end of the stone steps, and a large expanse of light appeared in front of them. At the same time, a terrifying pressure formed in this open area. After arriving at this open area and looking at the only thing at the center, the four of them were stunned. It was a thick arm that stood there like a wall. Above the arm, the 5 fingers were clenched into a fist, just like the fist that had rushed out of the ground that day. It was filled with a sense of power. That terrifying pressure came from that fist. Around the fist, there were a total of 9 beams of energy. They were like chains that wrapped around the fist layer by layer. Among these 9 beams of energy, Zichen saw a violent and dazzling golden light and a cold silver light. The yin and yang energy in his body were drawn and became active. That was yin and yang energy which belonged to Wuji. In addition, among the remaining 7 beams of energy, 3 were the purest, glorious energy. The remaining 4 were emitting a blood-red light. Within those lights, there were many mixed auras. Those were bloodline energy. The 9 beams of energy extended down from the sky and wrapped around the fist. The yin and yang energy among them became slightly dim. Seeing the clenched left fist and the 9 beams of energy, everyone was stunned. "I understand now." After carefully looking at the 9 beams of energy, Brilliant said after a while, "We did not use the trump card that Wuji left behind back then. However, the energy has been flowing away for many years. The flow is not due to the natural depletion of the formation, but because it is being absorbed by the energy chains here. The blood-red energy should be the power of the bloodline of our glorious clan. What has been supporting us for many years is not a curse, but a seal of a bloodline seal." Elder may seem to understand quickly. She nodded and said, "That's right. This is a seal targeted at this fist. The purpose of the glorious clan's existence is to seal this thing." Then, shame appeared on her face again. Back then, Wuji had clearly done it for them. However, his clansmen were full of resentment toward Wuji. "What is this fist? Why is it sealed? It was clearly this fist that saved us." Xingqian frowned and was puzzled. "Back then, when I was filling it with yin and yang energy, I felt the energy flowing away. I thought it was because the seal had been sealed for too long, so I did not pay too much attention to it. It seems that my perception was not wrong. The reason for everything lies here." Unlike the others, Zichen's eyes were fixed on the clenched fist. Compared to the others, he knew why the fist was sealed. "I understand now." Looking at the fist, Zichen muttered. At this moment, his heart was beating violently. This was a natural reaction when encountering the same thing. Yes, it was the same thing. It was the left arm of a celestial god. It could also be called the left hand of a celestial god. "You are finally here." Just as Zichen understood the meaning of the arm, an old voice suddenly sounded. This made everyone's heart tighten. Chapter 2174. An old voice rang out. In front of the 9 energy chains, a beam of light appeared. Within the beam of light, an old man in golden robes appeared. Looking at the face of this old man, Elder May blinked her eyes in disbelief. She then exclaimed, "Yaozu! You are Yaozu!" The moment Zichen heard this, he was shocked. In this world, there was only a single person who dared to call himself Yaozu. He was the old master of the glory race, just like the star ancestor of the star race. However, it was a pity that the star ancestor had fallen. You are that little brat from back then. The old man, who was called Yaozu, looked at Elder May and nodded his head. Brilliant was shocked at this sight as well. Even though she was a heavenly lady, she had never seen the old master of the glory race before. "Yaozu, why are you here?" Elder May's expression was respectful. Xing Chen's previous doubts had been resolved. Why would the sealed fist turn into energy and soar into the sky? That was because of Yaozu. The rumors of Yaozu's fall were false. Yaozu had always been alive. He was under the glory race, protecting the glory race. It's a long story. I've been waiting for you guys here for many days. If you guys had not come down, this old man here would have left. The old man chuckled. Left? Where are you going? Elder May was shocked. From the calm expression of the old man, Zichen could tell the true meaning of his words. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The so-called leaving was not to go anywhere, but to reach the end of his lifespan. Even though those 4 punches back then were aggressive, the price paid by the old man was not small. Furthermore, the power of those 4 punches was weaker than the previous one. Of course, I'm going to where I should go. The old man chuckled. He then looked at Brilliant and nodded his head in satisfaction. Back then, little Xian said that she had found a suitable heavenly lady. Looking at it today, she is indeed suitable. I'm afraid you are the only one who can truly be called the heavenly lady of glory. Brilliant bowed to the old man without saying anything. Elder May's heart skipped a beat. Little Xian was the name of the previous generation's heavenly lady. There were not many people who knew about it now. The old man's expression became a lot more serious as he looked at Brilliant and said, "Long story short, your timing isn't right yet. If you force yourself to fuse with it, you'll suffer quite a bit of damage. But since you came in time, I can help you." As he spoke, the old man glanced at Zichen with an inexplicable expression. "I hope Senior can help me." Zichen couldn't understand the meaning behind the other's gaze, so he immediately bowed and said, nodding slightly at Zichen. The old man extended his hand behind him. The 9 energy chains behind him twisted, and a dazzling light burst out from them. The world began to tremble. The 9 chains snaking upward broke from the top and then fell from the sky, wrapping around Yaozu's body. 9 energy chains, one end wrapped around the heavenly god's left hand, the other end wrapped around Yaozu's body. Such a scene was unexpected. The next moment, Heaven God's left hand trembled slightly. The pure energy in it followed the 9 energy chains and gathered toward Yaozu. It was as if Yaozu was using the energy chains to absorb Heaven God's left hand's energy. As the energy entered his body, Yaozu's body emitted a dazzling light. He formed a seal with both hands, and waves of energy gathered in front of him, then converged toward Brilliant. As the energy entered Brilliant's body, a wave of saint power was emitted from Brilliant's body. Brilliant closed his eyes slightly, quietly absorbing the energy. This is tempering the body. Elder May was shocked to see the scene. It's tempering the saint-level body. Zichen's expression changed. He had seen such a scene in the Star Tribe before. Back then, Astral Ancestor helped Xing Chen temper the saint-level body, and this time, Yaozu used a similar method to temper the saint-level body for brilliant. This was a great opportunity that everyone envied. Who would have thought that Zi Chen would encounter it twice? And both times it had nothing to do with him. Fortunately, Zi Chen had the rainbow sacred tree. One day, he would also have a saint-level body. There was no soul in Heaven God's left hand. During this time, there was no resistance. As the energy continued to flow, the size of Heaven God's left hand also shrank little by little. This was a long process. The three of them waited patiently. Among the Yao clan on the ground, there was an uproar. Just a moment ago, they felt that the bloodline curse that had been there for many years had suddenly disappeared. Although they already knew that this bloodline curse did not harm them and had saved them at a critical moment, a curse was still a curse. With the disappearance of this moment, they could not help but feel excited. From now on, this star path would be completely open to them. The sea was wide for fish to jump, and the sky was wide for birds to fly. There were no more restrictions. After a few days underground, the saint power stopped gathering. Brilliant opened his eyes and bowed. He said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, Yaozu." Yaozu waved his hand and said, "It's a small matter." As he spoke, he turned to look at Zichen and said, "But you, little guy, this time I used your thing to become a heavenly lady. You've suffered some losses." Zichen was slightly stunned. Then he looked at the shrunken left hand of Heaven God and understood what he meant. He smiled but didn't say anything. Just like the star ancestor back then, this brilliant ancestor also saw through his background with a single glance. Fortunately, you have your own opportunity this time. Although the remaining energy can't help you break through to the saint level quickly, I can give you an opportunity based on your own situation. Thank you, Senior. Zi Chen clasped his fist and bowed. You don't have to be so polite. This is just icing on the cake. Yaozu's hands formed a seal again. This time, he did not absorb energy from Heaven God's left hand. Instead, he fed his own energy into it. What was fed back was not only energy, but also Yaozu's life force. Senior, this is... Zi Chen looked at Yaozu in confusion. If he fed back all his life force, wouldn't it mean that he was about to die? I'm just a remnant soul. I should have gone long ago. Before I go, I'm very happy to see you and help you. Yaozu smiled faintly. His expression was calm, as if he had seen through life and death. The atmosphere was oppressive. Zi Chen's previous enthusiasm quickly dissipated. He shook his head and said, "If that's the case, I'd rather not have such an opportunity. Life is death, death is life. This is the cycle of the heavenly Tao. There's nothing to be sad about. Sometimes death is also a kind of rebirth." Yaozu's life force kept flowing away. On the other end of the energy chain, Heaven God's left hand kept shrinking after absorbing the energy. In the process of shrinking, runes flickered on the surface of Heaven God's left hand. Zi Chen could not understand Yaozu's words. At the moment, his heart was very heavy. The three beside him were also silent. Pum, pum. Among the 9 energy chains, 2 of them exploded. They were Wuji's yin and yang energy. At that moment, the memories that Wuji had left here all disappeared. As a defiant of the heavens, you have to be decisive. Necessary sacrifices are inevitable. When the war truly begins in the future, not to mention a single person, even if it's an entire tribe, when the time comes, you have to abandon them. Yaozu's eyes became kind as he talked to Zichen. It was a reminder, and also a kind of expectation. It was the first time they had met, but Zichen felt that he had known Yaozu for a long time. They didn't feel unfamiliar with each other. Instead, they felt close. Zichen was a smart man. Hearing Yaozu, he was moved. He blurted out, "Just like the Star Clan." "Yeah, just like the Star Clan. Just like us." Yaozu nodded. At first, Zichen had doubts. He didn't know why the Star Clan and the Glory Clan would leave the Life Star and come to this Star Passage. Now he understood. These two clans weren't on this life star because they had been abandoned. That year, God didn't follow the agreement and invaded the life star. At the critical moment, we made a decision after careful consideration. In that battle, the Star Clan was annihilated. God was hurt badly. We joined hands and killed him. It was a secret, a real secret, which was related to the biggest secret of this world. The four of them listened to him in silence. However, we were too weak. Even if we killed God, we couldn't erase his soul. So, Zi-Chen continued. So, you dismembered the God and sealed the most important heart of the god on this life star. You brought the rest of the body parts to the star passage. Your clan took the god's left hand. I believe the other clans took the other parts and sealed them. That's right. We dismembered the God and suppressed him for so many years. However, we underestimated the god's power. Even though he only had a body, he still had endless power. Moreover, we had to pay a big price to kill the God that year. That's why many accidents happened. Something happened to our clan. We couldn't reach the designated place. We were besieged along the way. Begrudgingly, we had to stop here. However, after so many years of fighting, we suffered a big loss. We stopped fighting when Wuji stepped on the star passage. If Wuji hadn't come in time, I'm afraid we wouldn't have kept the god's left hand. The answer was obvious. Wuji and Yaozu had used the bloodline of the Glory Clan to seal the god's left hand until now. Is it a coincidence? Zi-Chen asked. Apparently, when Wuji came here, he had already entered the Saint Realm. He didn't come here to train himself. It was more likely that he had some purpose. He came here specifically for this matter. His purpose of coming to the Star Passage was to ensure that the god's body wouldn't have any accident. The route he took was for the body. Why? You came from the Life Star. Didn't you hear about this from Wuji? Apparently, the Glory Clan already knew that Zi-Chen was Wuji's disciple. That's why they asked. Zi-Chen shook his head and said, after he entered the Star Passage, he didn't go back. I'm his disciple, so I haven't seen him. Didn't go back? Is he? Yaozu's face was regretful. No, I heard that he's still alive, said Zi-Chen. At this moment, all the energy chains on Yaozu's body shattered. The light around him became very dim. He looked like a soul shadow that could vanish at any moment. At this moment, the god's left hand had returned to the size of a normal arm. Many talisman scripts flashed on its surface, emitting a strong fluctuation of saint power. This is the remaining energy of the god's left arm. I will seal it in your left arm. Although it can't help you enter the saint realm, it can protect you at critical moments. When you have enough power, you can refine it completely. Chapter 2175. After Yaozu finished speaking, the heaven god's left arm flew to Zi-Chen's side. Apparently, after so many years of being sealed, the god's left arm wasn't as strong as it used to be. However, the aura it emitted could still be compared to a saint's. That pressure was suffocating. Moreover, it was the real god's left arm. Shi Yan believed that its toughness wasn't weaker than a saint's body. Zi-Chen looked at Yaozu hesitantly. The latter looked at him, kindly nodded, and smiled encouragingly at Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen extended his left hand, gently touching the god's left arm. A moment later, the left arm began to tremble. Then it turned into a jet of light, fusing with Zi-Chen's left arm. This scene was too smooth, causing Zi-Chen's face to be filled with astonishment. Even Yaozu was stunned. Then he took a deep look at Zi-Chen, and his expression gradually became solemn. That year, something happened to us here. Perhaps other places have the same problem. You must be careful in the future. Everything you have can be a blessing or a disaster. Yaozu used telepathy to say that. His tone was very serious. Zi-Chen nodded solemnly. When he had absorbed the heart of the god, He had sensed the god's left arm. That was why the left arm could fuse with him smoothly. But in the future, whether or not everything would backfire on him was still unknown. My mission is complete. It's time for me to leave. Yaozu's voice was filled with desolation. He looked at Ziqin and said, Ziqin, the Yaozu clan is in your hands. Many years ago, we were the royal clan. We had the strongest fighting force. Many years later, we're still the royal clan. However, after so many years of freedom, they've lost their fighting spirit. I believe that you have a way to restore their fighting spirit. Ziqin nodded again. Predecessor, don't worry. The royal clan won't decline. That year, our clan had a mission. Now it's time to go back. Take them back to the Life Star. That's their real home. Yaozu's body became dimmer. It was a sign that he was about to disappear. Ziqin really didn't know what to say at this moment. Elder May had already started to cry, and Brilliant's face was also filled with sorrow. Don't be sad, don't be sad. Death is rebirth. I believe that we will meet again. When that time comes, I believe that we will point our swords at the heavens. Yaozu's figure completely disappeared, leaving only his aged voice echoing in the sky. In the dark night sky of a distant Life Star, a bright light suddenly appeared in the vault of the sky. The night was as bright as day. A bright ray of light fell from the sky to the ground, landing in a certain courtyard. Then a loud and clear cry sounded. An infant was born with a vision of heaven and earth. The left arm of the god of heaven merged with Ziqin's body. Yaozu also disappeared, and the space here became empty. It seemed that because of the loss of the energy source, this space had become unstable at this moment, showing signs of collapse. Let's go. Ziqin sighed and turned around. At this moment, his heart was filled with unspeakable sorrow. Star Ancestor had fallen, and now Yaozu had also fallen. The Life Star had lost two great experts. However, he didn't know if Lightning Ancestor and Moon Ancestor of the four great royal families were still alive. Returning to the ground, the situation here was still the same. However, there were more cheers than before. Apparently, they knew that the bloodline seal had been lifted. Unfortunately, they were so excited that they didn't know that Yaozu had fallen at the cost of this. The matter here was finally over. As Yaozu had said, Ziqin had to take these people with him. However, Ziqin didn't lose anything because Brilliant would follow them. The latter didn't have the same situation as Xingqin. Once he fused with this sacred realm body, he would enter the sacred realm completely. This sacred realm didn't only refer to the body entering the sacred realm. Even his energy would enter the sacred realm, a true sacred realm expert. At that time, Brilliant's fighting competence would be incomparably intimidating. He would even surpass Ziqin before he had broken through. What's your next plan? Xingqin asked Ziqin as he was free. I don't know when the young master of the Daofu family will come. It's not safe for the members of the Yao clan to stay here. I plan to take them and leave first, said Ziqin. Leave? Where do you want to go? Deeper? Asked Xingqin. No, I want to take them out of this place first. We can't do anything here. We can't leave yet, said Ziqin, shaking his head. Can't do anything? What do you mean? Xingqin looked at Ziqin suspiciously. The two great families are at their weakest. If we take the initiative to attack them, they won't be able to recover. Perhaps they will be destroyed. You mean it's the same as the Luo family? Xingqin immediately guessed Ziqin's intention and stared at Ziqin with his eyes wide open. This time, they have suffered a great loss. If we leave just like this, they will definitely transfer their anger to others. Rather than letting those who came later suffer, why not join forces with those families now? Not only will we be able to destroy the two great families, we will also be able to make them owe us a favor. With this favor, at the very least, those who come later will have a much better life. Ziqin said in a deep voice, That's good, but there might not be a suitable partner here. Moreover, the Nico family has a Sacred Realm expert. I believe that as long as the Sacred Realm expert is alive, the Nico family's position as the overlord will not be shaken. After such a blow, they will definitely hide in the family and not come out. Xing Chen said with a worried face, "Such a big family will definitely have a strong protective formation. If we attack them, I'm afraid we will suffer great losses." "I have my own plans. Let's find some partners first." This world was not equal. The weak were prey to the strong, so there would be oppression everywhere. In the Nico Star sector, there were 2 overlords, and there were several Sacred Realm experts in each of them. As a result, there had not been a single Sacred Realm expert in all these years. All Sacred Realm experts with great potential would mysteriously disappear one day, be seriously injured, or die. Naturally, there were complaints about the 2 great families, but they did not dare voice their anger. This time, the 2 overlords had suffered great losses. This gave rise to some ideas that they had never dared to think about. Therefore, after receiving an invitation from someone who claimed to have killed 8 Sacred Realm experts from the 2 overlords, they accepted the invitation without hesitation and went to a secret location. This location was provided by Mu Gang, who had a good relationship with the Glory clan. It was very secretive, and Zi Chen was protecting those families. According to Mu Gang's information, Zi Chen had carefully selected 5 families. These 5 families all had great enmity with the 2 overlords. Although they could not guarantee that they would take revenge on the 2 overlords, they could at least guarantee that they would not betray Zi Chen. The 5 family heads had come. It was obvious that they valued Zi Chen's invitation very much. After Mu Gang introduced them one by one, the 5 people sat down. Zi Chen sat at the head of the table and looked at the 5 people. He got straight to the point and said, "I've troubled the 5 family heads to come today because I have something to discuss." The 5 family heads straightened their expressions and looked at Zi Chen, waiting for him to continue. "Join hands to deal with the 2 great families," said Zi Chen. Exaggerated astonishment immediately appeared on the faces of the 5 patriarchs. They appeared to be very shocked and astonished. Zi Chen pretended not to see the changes in their expressions and said, "What do you think, family heads?" One of the family heads from the Meng family pondered for a moment and said, "Where did this come from?" "The 2 great families have been here for a long time. They have a deep foundation and are the real overlords." The other family heads nodded. Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "The so-called overlords just have Sacred Realm experts." The family head of the Meng family said again, "I heard that the 2 great families have lost a lot of Sacred Realm experts this time. But as far as we know, there are still Sacred Realm experts in the Nico family." "Of course I know about this. I will personally go to the Nico family to deal with that Sacred Realm expert." Zi Chen glanced at these people and said in a deep voice, "After I kill the Nico family's Sacred Realm expert, I will also break their family's defensive formation. There is only one chance, and it depends on whether you can seize it. After that, I don't want any other resources. I only want the Saint Power Crystal." In fact, at present, the most valuable thing was the Saint Power Crystal. Zi Chen's request was undoubtedly a little too much. However, considering that these people were all aristocratic families, other than the Saint Power Crystal, the most useless things to Zi Chen were the shops and some trading places that were indispensable to these aristocratic families. This request was acceptable. Moreover, if they really took down the 2 great families, the total amount of resources obtained was definitely not something that the Saint Power Crystal could compare to. The discussion was very short. During this time, the 5 family heads almost did not speak much. Both sides did not discuss any details, and these people did not even agree to attack the 2 overlords together. In this regard, Zi Chen did not care. No one would believe a person who they had only met once, let alone gamble the future of the entire family. What Zi Chen wanted to do now was to increase the bargaining chips and increase the confidence of these people. Therefore, after these people left, Ziqin also left. Before leaving, Mu Gang pointed to a place for Ziqin. It was another trading place that belonged to the Nico family. Ziqin brought people into this trading place and then began to kill. His goal was very simple, which was to kill the people of the Nico family. He did not even deal with the people of the Gung family. After this battle, most of the cultivators of the Nico family were killed, and some of them took advantage of the chaos to escape. Other than the Saint Power Crystal, Ziqin did not want any other resources. After that, he put everyone away and went deep into the trading place alone. After moving forward for a while, he saw a senior member of the Nico family who was being protected by a group of guards. The saber spirit turned into a flash of light, and other than the senior member, everyone else was killed. Chapter 2176. The Nico family had suffered heavy losses in the last battle. After learning about the battle through other channels, the Nico family had strictly guarded the place, forbidding all of their disciples from leaving. In the deepest part of the family, the sound of broken utensils, slapping sounds, and curses could be heard every day. Damn you, Gung Yuanqi. You've harmed our family. You're courting death. Why did you bring the Nico family with you? You damned thing. I curse you to die a horrible death. The one who spoke was the only saint in the Nico family, Nico Casey. He was the top existence in this star field. Usually when people saw him, they would be respectful and worshipful. No one dared to provoke him. But now he was on tenterhooks all day, worried that his life would be threatened. If he didn't have absolute confidence in the defense of his family's formation, he would have abandoned his family and sought refuge in another star field. A powerful saint was worried about being hunted down by a heavenly realm expert and considered seeking refuge elsewhere. This was undoubtedly a great joke. This isn't the deepest part of the star field. Why would a saint be afraid? Casey also felt that it was ridiculous. At this moment, tens of thousands of miles away from the Nico family, a wounded Nico family cultivator was desperately flying toward the family. His eyes were full of fear. From time to time, he would look back as if some powerful existence was following him. He came from the trading ground and was lucky enough to escape Ziqin's pursuit. He was constantly using secret techniques to escape. He coughed up blood again. After using a secret technique, he crossed tens of thousands of miles and arrived outside the Nico family. At this moment, the Nico family was in a state of full alert. When they saw a person suddenly appear in the void, they shouted coldly. Soon, many auras locked onto the person. It's me. Open the restriction and let me in. The man, who was covered in blood, said weakly. It's Lord Ollie. Lord Ollie, what's going on? The guards immediately recognized Ollie. He controlled the trading ground and had a very high status in the Nico family. Open the restriction and let me in. I want to find Lord Casey, Ollie repeated. His chaotic aura stabilized a little. The group of cultivators was in a difficult situation. The higher-ups had clearly stated that no one was allowed to enter or leave. Damn it, can't you see my situation? Our trading ground has been completely destroyed. I risked my life to come back. They're going to start their revenge. Ollie's weak voice carried a bit of coldness. When the surrounding people heard this, they were all moved. Looking at Ollie's miserable state, they really had no reason to stop him. After a moment of hesitation, the restriction opened and Ollie entered. During this period of time, there was also a person who accompanied Ollie just in case. The two of them went straight to where St. Kathy lived. Passing through many buildings, when they were about to reach St. Kathy's residence, the two of them heard a cracking sound. The corner of the pseudo-saint's mouth twitched slightly. His pace slowed down slightly, and his expression was a little unnatural. What's going on? Ollie asked in a deep voice. My lord has not been in a good mood recently. I will send you here. You can go by yourself. The fake saint stopped. Then, okay. After a moment of hesitation, Ollie nodded and walked towards St. Kathy's residence alone. As he approached, the cracking sound did not stop. Instead, it became even more serious. During this time, Kathy's uncontrollable curses also echoed around. "Who is it?" Before Ollie could express his intentions, Kathy's cold voice came from the room. He had already noticed Ollie's arrival. "My lord, I am Ollie." Ollie cupped his fists and bowed. "Which Ollie?" A voice came from inside. "The controller of Hua Sea Planet's trading ground, Ollie. Why are you here? Didn't I stop everyone from entering? Who let you in?" Hearing St. Kathy's words, Ollie's expression was clearly stunned. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't he ask why he came back and why he was covered in injuries? He did not believe that a dignified saint would not be able to sense his current situation. "My lord, Hua Sea Planet has been lost. The trading ground has been destroyed. I desperately escaped back. They have started their revenge." Putting away the wild thoughts in his heart, Ollie said with a sorrowful expression, "Have they started their revenge?" St. Kathy's murmur sounded in the room. Then there was no then. The surroundings were quiet. He could not hear Kathy's curses, nor could he hear Kathy's summons. Ollie was a little dumbfounded. Why was it like this? He did not know that Kathy was frightened by Zichin, as an existence who had killed several saints. Even if the other party was only in the heaven realm, he still could not sleep and eat in peace. The atmosphere was silent, and there was a sense of oppression in it, making Ollie's heart feel very uncomfortable. He, who was already seriously injured, felt a little dizzy at this moment. He tried to call out twice, "My lord, my lord." "Scram, don't bother me." An angry shout came from the room. "My lord, don't you want to ask what happened? Don't you want to ask how the others are doing? You are now the strongest person in the family. The lifeline and future of the entire family are in your hands." Ollie gritted his teeth and said, "Scram, I said scram." Kathy's voice was filled with cold killing intent. "Either scram or die." This voice traveled very far, and some of the guards in the surroundings heard it as well. Their faces were filled with sorrow. The family used to be so glorious. Saints were high and mighty existences, full of dignity. But now, Kathy's performance disappointed them, and even disgusted them. They all saw Ollie's situation. They should be concerned, ask what happened, and then decide how to attack. But they did not. St. Kathy's actions were very disappointing. "Even if I die, I will tell my lord what happened." Ollie gritted his teeth and immediately rushed to Kathy's room. Pum! The door opened automatically. A ray of energy rushed out and hit Ollie. The latter vomited blood and flew backward. His already weak life force completely disappeared. He died in one blow. He died with his eyes wide open. The guards in the distance all turned back and silently looked at Ollie, whose life force had disappeared. Their expressions became very complicated. "Idiot, how dare you attack me?" Kathy's sarcastic voice sounded, and then there was silence. No one noticed that when the ray of energy landed on Ollie, a ray of light also flew out of Ollie's body and into Kathy's room. At this moment, the guards were mourning Ollie's death. In Kathy's room, there was a restriction based on the universe origin cauldron that enveloped the entire room. "Who are you?" Kathy asked coldly as he looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. "You almost scared me to death, and you still want to ask who I am?" Zichin smiled faintly. He had heard everything that had happened. He had originally planned many plans for Ollie, but he did not expect Kathy to not follow the plan. "Zichin, you're Zichin." Kathy's eyes narrowed and turned cold. "I've been looking for you everywhere. I didn't think you would dare to come to me." A trace of mockery flashed in Zichin's eyes. He had heard everything clearly. There's no point in stalling for time. This restriction is strong enough that outsiders will not be able to detect it. Swoosh! Swoosh! Xing Chen and Brilliant appeared on both sides, staring coldly at Kathy. If you want me dead, you will have to pay the price. Kathy's expression gradually turned cold. Is that so? Zichen smiled coldly. His figure flashed as he charged towards Kaishi. Boom! Waves of energy surged. Saint power surged on his fist, bringing with it a terrifying aura. This was equivalent to the space in the cauldron. It was very stable. Zichen was not worried about being detected by others, so he could fight freely. Boom! The energy collided. Kathy's figure retreated, and a powerful force surrounded him. After personally experiencing Zichen's strength, his expression became more and more serious. Zichen rushed forward and punched out. Then his right leg swept out. Saint power surged, forming a powerful wave that spread out. Kathy blocked with both hands. Pure saint power gathered on his hands. After withstanding Zichen's attack, he retreated again. The current Zichen was not a saint yet, but with saint power, he was no different from a saint. Saint power surged in each of his attacks, and this saint power was much purer than Kathy's. Xingchen and Brilliant stood on both sides, watching Kathy closely, ready to attack at any time. My time is limited. I don't have time to waste. If he wants to bully you, so be it. He stopped. Zichen had a scabbard in his hand. The moment he saw the black scabbard, Kathy's pupils shrank. Although he did not participate in the previous battle, he understood the details very clearly. Zichen had used this strange scabbard to kill several saints. Zichen held the scabbard with his left hand and put his right hand on the hilt. Xingchen and Brilliant beside him began to glow. A powerful wave of energy spread out. It was obvious that the three were ready to join forces. The outside world was still quiet. Ollie's body was still there. Without Kathy's order, no one dared to deal with the body. The guards had complicated expressions on their faces, as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been knocked over. At this moment, there was a feeling of despair in their hearts. It was not that they were really desperate, but Kathy's attitude made them feel desperate. Time passed by. Kathy's room was quiet. For them, who had been hearing curses and the sound of broken utensils for the past few days, the silence at this moment made them feel strange. Perhaps it was guilt in their hearts. These guards thought to themselves, after all, killing a high-ranking official for no reason was absolutely not allowed under normal circumstances. A moment later, the door opened again. Kathy, who looked haggard and cold, walked out of the room. He glanced at Ollie's body and said, "He has contributed greatly to the family. Bury him well." Yes. A few guards came from afar and said, respectfully. There was some excitement in their expressions, thinking that the saint had reignited his confidence. Nodding indifferently, Kathy left the room and walked into the distance. Chapter 2177. Everyone saluted Casey as he walked past them. Their eyes were filled with surprise and joy. The fact that Casey could walk around proved that he had not given up on himself. He had the support of a huge family with hundreds of thousands of years of history behind him. It was not difficult for him to deal with the Glory clan. Casey was expressionless all the way. The holy aura on his body was suffocating, forcing others to stay away. He arrived outside the Nico family's treasury. He looked up at the several stories tall treasury with a cold expression. "Greetings, my lord." The guard immediately saluted. Casey nodded and said indifferently, "Open the treasury." The guard immediately responded. He turned around and led the others to take out rune seals one by one to open the treasury. There were hidden but powerful fluctuations in the surroundings. They were the secret guards guarding the treasury. A rumbling sound was heard as the treasury's door opened. Colorful lights shone from within. Casey's eyes reflected the changing lights. His eyes narrowed slightly. "My lord, it's done," the guard said carefully. Kai, she ignored the guard and walked towards the treasure pavilion. Entering the treasury, he saw that it was filled with resources. They were the treasures that the Nico family had collected over the countless years. At this moment, the Nico family's greatest secret was revealed in front of Casey. This made Casey's eyes flash with excitement. He released his spiritual senses. He did not find any other guards in the treasury. Casey stood there with a cold expression until the door behind him was completely closed. The moment the door closed, Casey transformed into Z Chen's appearance. Without making a move, his perfect spiritual senses could successfully deceive anyone. The Nico family indeed has a deep foundation. Looking at the resources, Z Chen let out a low sigh in his heart. Everywhere he looked was filled with resources. The lowest and most inconspicuous ones were the attributeless crystals. They were densely packed together without any pattern. They were like waste. Apart from that, there were also heavenly soldiers emitting soul power fluctuations and heavenly techniques everywhere. In response, Zi-chan did not hesitate and took out the Universal Origin Cauldron. Rays of light emitted from the Universal Origin Cauldron and enveloped the resources. The next moment, they were all sucked in. The number of items here was decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Inside the Universe Original Cauldron, the alien tribes and the cultivators from the Life Stars were curiously looking at a place not far from them. Star and Brilliant were standing there, and a feeble soul was floating in front of them. Around this soul, there was a surge of saint power. It was clearly the soul of a saint. Bright's body emitted blazing energy as he tried to read the memories of this saint soul. Obviously, this was the soul of the only saint in the Nicolo Star region, Casey from the Nicolo family. Seeing the scene, everyone was pleasantly surprised. To be able to silently bring Casey's soul here meant that the Nicolo family was completely finished. If that was the case, then wouldn't the resources of the Nicolo family be? Just as this thought appeared in everyone's mind, they saw a hole in the sky suddenly tear open. Multicolored light appeared from the tear and then fell down. These things that were emitting light were all resources. They were either sparkling with jewels or had some kind of pressure. It was as if it was raining. Many things fell down, causing everyone to be stunned. This is an attribute-less crystal. A very oppressive aura. Are those heavenly soldiers with soldier souls? They are much stronger than my heavenly soldiers. These are saint power crystals. What is this? It's emitting saint power. Could it be something used to refine saint weapons? As these things fell, there was a burst of exclamations. Ah! Kai Shi's weak soul let out an angry roar when he saw this scene. His soul began to fluctuate violently. Seeing this, Brilliant Light Soul Force was like a sharp blade that pierced into Kai Shi's soul and began to read his memories. The resources that the Nicolo family had been collecting for God knows how many years were being taken away by Zichin. However, the people guarding outside did not react at all. Their only doubt was whether Saint Kai Shi had gone in for too long. Zi-chan went up layer by layer, taking away everything he saw. During this time, the Nicolo family had collected a lot of Saint Power Rule chips that Zi-chen was very concerned about. This made Zi-chen very satisfied. This was a great harvest. Soon he arrived at the top. As soon as he entered, he felt waves of Saint Power. As far as the eye could see, there were some broken weapons and some crystals. They were all placed independently in different spaces. These were the only things that were specially placed in this treasury. Are these broken saint weapons? Looking at the broken weapons that were emitting saint power, Zi-chan was stunned for a few moments. There were a total of 8 similar weapons here. The saint force ripples on them were not very strong. They were probably incomplete saint weapons left behind after a great battle. The rest were crystals that exuded strong saint force ripples. Each of them was the size of a fist. They were probably materials used to refine saint weapons. Among the 5 saints of the Nicolo family, there was not a single saint weapon. There were only these few materials in the treasury. These materials were simply not enough to refine a saint armament. From this, it could be seen how rare a saint armament was. It was so rare that it made one's hair stand on end. No matter where they were, saint weapons were extremely rare. Not to mention a saint. Even a saint king might not have a saint weapon. Saint weapons were even rarer than saints. In fact, Zichen should be able to tell from the heavenly soldiers that although there were heavenly soldiers everywhere in the star path, their quality was far from real heavenly soldiers. This time, Zichen found a few high-quality heavenly soldiers in the treasury of the Niccolo family. However, there was still a big gap between them and his saber spirit. After taking these things away without hesitation, Zichen turned and walked down. As the door of the treasury opened, all kinds of lights were still very dazzling. Zichen, who had turned into Casey, walked out coldly. The door of the treasury closed behind him. The guards stood straight, expressionless like statues. After the door of the treasury closed, the changing energy light on Zichen's doppelganger faded. He turned into energy and disappeared. Just as Zichen walked out of the treasury, the brilliant light sent a spiritual thought to Zichen, telling him where the core formation of the Niccolo family was. Without any hesitation, Zichen walked straight to the core formation. As the strongest person in the Niccolo family, Casey was not restricted at all wherever he went. This was even more so when he walked to the core of the formation. Zichen did not say a word. He walked into the core of the formation. There were many large spirit gathering formations buried in the ground. Zichen, who had entered, could feel very strong energy waves. Zichen released his spiritual thought to sense the energy contained in this place. He guessed that even if several saints attacked this formation at the same time, they would not be able to break it in a short period of time. Zichen's spiritual force also sensed some dangerous auras from this array formation. These dangerous places were where the killing array was located. Zichen felt that if he rashly barged in, he would most likely die without a doubt. The formation here was specially designed to deal with saints. This was the core of the formation. He only needed to come and check it out after a period of time. There was no need for a special person to control it. This was the true core of the Niccolo family. It was of great importance. Ordinary people would not dare to set foot here. According to the brilliant light, Zichen found a few key points of the formation and injected his saint energy into them. After injecting his saint energy into each key point, Zichen turned and left. At this moment, the saint energy was burning in the formation. When it reached a limit, the energy in the formation would go out of control. With such a huge amount of energy going out of control, the destructive power would be unimaginable. Therefore, after Zichen left the core of the formation, he signaled for others not to set foot here. Then he directly walked out of the Niccolo family. "Open the seal." His cold voice rang out. When the group of monks saw Casey, they were all stunned. However, they did not ask, or rather, they did not dare to ask. They immediately opened the seal for Zichen. They guessed that the saint had gone out alone to investigate the situation because of Ollie's arrival. After walking out of the seal, Zichen looked back at the seal. After a while, the seal would explode. He did not know how many people in the Niccolo family would be able to survive after the seal exploded. He turned and sped up. Zichen quickly disappeared from their sight. After about a quarter of an hour, there was a violent tremor between heaven and earth. Then, a light of energy soared into the sky like a huge mushroom cloud. After the first rumble, more and more rumbles rang out in succession. Amidst the rumbles, there were also many miserable shrieks. After turning around and feeling the chaotic energy fluctuations between heaven and earth, Zichen turned and left expressionlessly. War was like this. There was no room for mercy. If he did not deal with the Niccolo family today, the cultivators from the Life Star would die even more miserably in the future. From today onwards, the Nico family would withdraw from the stage of the Overlord force in the Nico star sector. As for whether they would be completely destroyed, it would depend on the determination of the other forces. Next, it's the Gung family's turn. After leaving this place, Zi-chan walked toward the Gung family. The news that the Nico family's SEAL Corps had suddenly exploded, causing them to suffer heavy losses, quickly spread. After hearing the news, the families that Zi-chin had previously invited began to take action. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.